Truth for the day comes from Proverbs 14, verse 33. Wisdom is in every thought of intelligent people. Fools know nothing about wisdom. Let us pray. O Lord God, our Father, you remind us that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. Your commandments make us wiser than our enemies, even more insightful than all our teachers. Your testimonies are our meditation as we obey your precepts. O Lord, in a day and age where wisdom seems scarce, we can find and take comfort in the superabundant wisdom you give us in your word. Wisdom teaches us how to live and how to live well under your watchful care and guidance. But more than living well, wisdom teaches us how to die well when our appointed time comes. So teach us to number and govern our days so that we may present to you a heart of wisdom. We ask that you would impart wisdom to each legislator here, each representative in this assembly today as they rule under the watchful eye of the Almighty. You are a compassionate God, abounding in loving kindness to those who walk uprightly before you and call on your great name. Amen.
We're in the roll call. All members, please score to presence. We're in the roll call. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin on the budget at 9:15. Those in the block building, please come to the floor. Also want to point out, I recognize it is 4-H Day today. The sine die resolution. This budget special order does not allow for introductions, so if your 4-H members are here, you're welcome to go out and see them in the lobby, but we will not be doing introductions on the floor.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson, along with Maayan Schechter here in the State House lobby on Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. It is Tuesday, Maayan, week 9 starting, but it's already started in the House already with the budget debate beginning yesterday. That was what we've talked about a lot in the scetv.org/thegavel, our Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday blog updates on what's going on up here at the State House. But this week, we had a Monday post.
We did.
To preview the budget debate yesterday, and also today's post was recapping a lot of the big action that Maayan, you steered that entire coverage,
right.
And you're here again for day 2. Yesterday was about 5.5 or so hours of debate going through that budget. Walk us through what happened on that first day of the budget debate in the House, Maayan.
Yeah, you said big things going on. Honestly, it was not that crazy.
Trying to make it cooler than it is.
I know, it was not that crazy of a Monday. The House locked in most of the spending, so that's all the dollars. We saw money for higher education, for teachers, state employees, all that money, infrastructure, transportation, Medicaid, all that money is now locked in.
A lot of big stuff.
Right. There wasn't any change to any dollar made on the floor. And again, we kind of talked about that yesterday, how rare that is for that to happen on the floor, especially now after Ways and Means has passed their budget proposal and there's pretty large support for that legislation. We saw most sections pass unanimously. A lot of maybe the discontent with some of the sections came mostly from the Freedom Caucus, a very small group of hardline conservative Republican legislators, and even then the full Freedom Caucus didn't vote for everything against, in uniform together. We did see the Democrats, a few of them oppose certain sections, particularly the Confederate Relic Room, but all in all, no dollars changed. Nothing really got attached to the budget. The one slight difference, we did see a proviso that 1 year budget attachment. That pesky 1 year budget attachment get tossed from the budget dealing with being able to buy lottery tickets through vending machines. That was something that Representative Nathan Ballantyne had pushed. He says we're the only state that does not allow that. And Representative Sarita Edgerton, a Republican from Spartanburg, who's a member of the Freedom Caucus, raised the point that it was not germane to the budget. House Speaker Merle Smith agreed to toss it, and that was taken out of the budget bill. But outside of that, very typical day. Today we're expecting a lot longer of a day, hours and hours and hours of debate over amendments. So we could be here into the night.
So again, you were talking about amendments yesterday too, Maya, and again, not as big of a deal yesterday, it seems like, but are we expecting more amendments today? Like you were mentioning, like, are they going to be more controversial amendments or meant to make these policy stands that we see sometimes people trying to do with the budget when they don't get to see things moving through the committee process that they would like? They instead try and, use the budget as that vehicle?
Yes, absolutely. Again, yes, this is an opportunity for lawmakers who are not on the House Ways and Means Committee to get to make a point on the floor, get to change the budget in some capacity. We do expect an amendment dealing with the abortion-inducing medication.
Right.
We do expect an amendment dealing with the Education Scholarship Trust Fund, the private school voucher law. And there's a few other things as well, including the high school athletic league.
Yeah.
So a lot of things going on in the State House this morning. So we do expect some of that, but largely there's a lot of defunding of agencies, pulling money out of agencies, defunding the directors of said agencies.
These extreme stances instead of just tinkering on the edges.
And again, this is an election year
True.
for all House members, for all 124 House members. And so this is an opportunity for lawmakers to take the well, get some clips, get some votes on the board. That interplays with this process.
Especially when you're campaigning, yeah.
Right.
And of course, the House is in right now. It's just after 9 o'clock, and I know it's a little not typical for a Tuesday here, but we're used to those noon times, so I hope we're not going to miss too many of our viewers at noon tuning in, looking for our smiling faces. We're here at 9 because the House is in for day 2 of the budget debate, and we will be seeing what's going on in the Senate at some point if we leave the House during the day, but they're in at noon as typical. But of course, over in the Senate, we're going to see debate over that hemp-derived consumables regulation bill, H3924. And that, again, is what we're seeing to be the vehicle when it comes to regulating anything when it comes to hemp, like those THC drinks, those Delta-9 drinks. There's discussion over what to do with gummies, et cetera. That's going to be the big debate this week in the Senate. And of course, we saw that debate happening over in the House in February. It imploded. There was an attempt to try and make that one of their bills over there a little bit more restrictive. The bill that's currently over here in the Senate passed the House last May with a wide margin. Everyone was very supportive. It's very loosely regulated. Some folks say it's not regulated enough, and that's where the Senate stepped in. They've heavily amended it, so it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of the Senate this week when it comes to hemp-derived consumables. As of right now, they're really not regulated, and they're really just trying to get some things in there in terms of like having folks who are under 21 not being able to purchase or consume those things. Really basically put them into beer and liquor stores and make them more regulating, better tax, and just more responsibility when it comes to how these things are sold in the state. Because right now, like we've heard from folks, it's the Wild West out there. So we expect to see something coming through. And again, we did talk with Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey last week about how we are at the midway point. We talked about this yesterday, midway point of the session, week 9. And I asked him, like, what's he think? How is he happy? And he just said, woohoo, which I guess is a good sign. But I also elaborated further that they are kind of on track as to where they are right now. Things are going the way that they want them to see when it comes to policies. Getting through the process, because we know it gets really complicated, especially with the budget going on right now, Mayan. And of course, we're going to see just more and more happening in these closing weeks.
Right, exactly. And again, he mentioned in that same conversation, regulations, that's a big bill, a big proposal policy shift that we know that the House and the Senate have equally been working on. That's not really ready for debate quite yet. So he did say that that was a little bit of a disappointment. But yeah, again, we don't have crossover anymore. We still celebrate it when we can. But we
It's
don't.
like the first week in April. We'll tell you,
That's
don't worry.
right.
We'll be celebrating.
But there's no
here.
crossover anymore. So that really means that there's not that timeline, that deadline,
Yeah.
right, for bills to basically die, especially when you're in a final year of a 2-year session. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not an imaginary crossover for a lot of folks who look at the calendar and know that it's getting much tighter, especially when you consider the fact that the House is going on 2 weeks of furlough, not back to back, but 2 weeks of furlough, and then the Senate may have a perfunctory session. So, we know that there is still a lot of big bills. We talked about this infrastructure, regulations, maybe even data centers.
DOT,
Right.
10 Commandments.
Right. So there's a lot still waiting in the wings to happen.
They still have to do abortion-inducing drugs over in the Senate.
I believe
Right?
so.
Like,
Yeah.
we're going to do a complete update about what we've talked about so far this session and where things stand too. I've been thinking about this. I'm like, haven't we been talking about some things like abortion-inducing drugs that really came out hard swinging, and then it's like, where are we right now? So
charter school authorization stuff,
like,
and then we also have a voucher bill in the Senate. So there's a lot still happening.
a lot going on that we want to keep track of, especially in these winding weeks. Of course, we're at the midway point, so there's still plenty of time left. But right now, we're focused on the House budget debate going on day 2 here at the State House. And of course, over in the Senate, when they gavel in at noon, they're going to start debate on that hemp-derived consumable bill, H3924. So we're going to leave right now, jump over to the House, and we'll be watching along, Mayan. It's going to be gripping stuff.
Continue following the State House gavel. That's the best way, I think, for folks to kind of get a sense of, one, what is happening, but also they can follow along with that as well, so that you don't have to watch maybe every single amendment come up for a vote. And of course,
that's Mayan's job, and mine to an extent.
That's right. So you can find it on southcarolinapublicradio.org or septv.org/thegavel.
And again, on the gavel, Mayan's put together a lot of great resources, so you can see the line by line of that budget, and also some of the amendments, and also just kind of 30,000-foot views of what's going on in the budget. So stay tuned. We're going over to the House right now. I'm Gavin Jackson, along with Mayan Schechter here in the State House lobby. Have a great Tuesday.
Mr. Hosey, Mr. Chumley.
Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Quorum is present, Mr. Moss. Quorum is present. Clerk will read. We're on the budget. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant, assist me. We're on Part 1A, Section 27. Section 27, State Library. Clerk will read.
Can you go to 27 for me, please? One moment, please. Here you go, dude. If you could, this is in memory. Just put. Yeah, I'm gonna put that. Don't worry about that. That's just in memory. The first amendment we have is amendment number 28 on section 27, page 74, line 33. Amendment 28, Cromer and Pace.
Ms. Cromer is recognized on Amendment 28. Ms. Cromer wishes to pass over Amendment 28. Clerk will read. Folks, we had a lot to get through. Please be prepared for your amendments. Mr. Bannister, there are no further amendments in that section. What do you want? There's no amendment before you to table, Ms. McDaniel. So the question before us over. Ms. Cromer withdraws Amendment 28, leaving no further amendments. Ms. McDaniel, we're trying to run this thing streamlined. So we're now in Section 27. There's no amendments. Question is adoption of Section 27. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. If all members wishing to vote voted. Gentlemen, if you'd stay at your seats, please. Ms. McDaniel, I might get security over there in the peanut gallery too, I'm afraid. Any objection to closing roll call? Any objection? Hear none, clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 82-17, section 27 is passed. Clerk will read.
Section 31 is still open. We have an amendment in that section. It's Ms. Edgerton, and it's amendment number 1. Ms. Edgerton.
Ms. Edgerton's recognized on amendment number 1 in part 1A, section 31, Department of Public Health. Ms. Edgerton's recognized on amendment 1. Let me get some order, please. Ms. Edgerton.
Okay, so we still have a director of public health who is unconstitutionally still there. He has not been voted by. He was voted against by the Senate and by the people. The constituents of the state do not want this man in office, but the governor refuses to appoint someone else. So I put up an amendment to reduce his salary to $1 until the governor fixes the problem and makes it constitutional.
Ms. Landing's recognized for a question.
Good morning, Representative Edgerton.
Morning.
Thank you for bringing this amendment. I think this is before your time. Were you aware that we actually had a terrible problem with our Comptroller General, and that an exact similar situation was done where an amendment was brought to take his salary down to $1 or maybe even $0? I think it was $1.
Someone mentioned that to me this morning, but I was not aware of that until this morning. But thank you for reminding me, and the whole body, that y'all did vote for that, correct? If I can ask you a question back, y'all did vote to reduce his salary to $1?
Yes. And are you aware that we are all very sensitive to the fact that we work super hard, especially the Ways and Means Committee, on our budget all session, and then it goes to the Senate and they tend to shred it up?
Yes, they always send it back to us with some amendments, for sure.
So wouldn't you agree that if this person was rejected by the Senate and we now send a strong signal that we agree with what they did, that might be a little bit of an olive branch to help them work with us on negotiating a strong budget for our folks?
I could see where that might be seen as an olive branch, but it also might be a message to the governor to say, hey, House and Senate don't want this guy, the constituents don't want this guy, appoint someone else.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the purpose. Thank you very much for taking my question.
Dr. Simmer, yes, to answer your question.
Mr. Grant's recognized for a question. Who's seating in, Mr. Grant?
Ms. Spanwilder.
Spanwilder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Edgerton. Couple quick questions around this. Are you aware that there are, as of March 6th, 991 confirmed cases of the measles in this state?
I am.
And out of those 991 cases, are you aware that 925 of them were from unvaccinated individuals?
I'm going to say I was not aware of that.
Okay, so the majority of the cases of measles, did you know, are specifically out of the upstate, more specifically Spartanburg County. Did you know that?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Sure. So the majority of the cases that were confirmed of the measles are in the upstate, but particularly Spartanburg County. Were you aware of that?
What does Dr. Simmer have to do with that?
Well, Dr. Simmer has to do with that because they are in charge of the Department of Public Health and keeping South Carolinians healthy and safe. And I'm trying to figure out, how does reducing his salary to $1 help keep South Carolinians healthy and safe?
He has a whole department behind him, and as far as the measles go, he is not who I have been talking to in regards to this, but he is unconstitutionally in his office and does not need to be in his office any longer.
Okay, and so for the record, because if my understanding is correct, this is someone that Governor McMaster has appointed, correct?
He appointed him, and the Senate refused him and sent him back, and thus McMaster is not doing the will of the actual constitutionality that the Senate, the constitutional rights that the Senate has to reject that person.
Okay, so I think you just answered my next question, but I want to go ahead and ask it. Your stance is that Governor McMaster has unconstitutionally appointed someone over the Department of Public Health here in this state, correct?
He has ignored the Senate's permission or right to refuse this person. He has ignored that body, that they have the constitutional right to reject him, and he should appoint someone else. My point is, this should not be Dr. Simmer, it should be someone else.
Sure, and I appreciate, where it is that you're coming from, but I also think that, one of the things that we have to do with making our points, particularly on the budget, if we're reducing someone's salary who's an agency head to $1, one, nobody's gonna wanna do that job. Two, if we're charged with making the best decisions on behalf of everyday South Carolinians, particularly when we have a measles outbreak here in the state of South Carolina, it would be incumbent upon me as that person to make sure that we are putting everything in place that protect our children, particularly in the places where we're seeing the most highest impact, which is the upstate. And so I would hope that you would reconsider this amendment as we move forward. Thank you.
Well, I would like to say that the constituents have had 2 press conferences downstairs, which I was a part of both, and I'm not sure if you were aware, where dozens and dozens of them came and said that they did not want him in this office. So it's not just the Senate, it's the constituents that don't want him either.
Mr. Teeple is recognized.
Just to counter my colleague's point, we had all those measles cases under his watch. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct.
So if we're looking to improve the health of our citizens, and the current one is the one that is responsible for keeping us safe, and we had that many cases, it doesn't sound like he's doing a very good job, does it?
He has not done a good job, and I think that the constituents of the state of South Carolina agree with me on that, as does the Senate, and a lot of this body does as well.
Okay, so the 900 cases that we're discussing here, again, were under his leadership.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Landing's recognized.
Representative Edgerton, thank you. I'm sorry to have to say a second thing, but sometimes comments from other people bring up points that have to be made. Isn't it true that this particular position regarding your amendment is for the interim director of the Department of Public Health? It clearly says so.
That is correct.
Okay, so if we reduce this salary to $1, it's true that no one wants to be the interim. Wouldn't it be better if our governor would go ahead and appoint someone that could be the permanent position and we wouldn't have to have an interim? So it does not mean we wouldn't have someone.
That's correct. And the Senate could approve, and then we would have a permanent until the next governor comes and appoints whomever it is that he wants.
Or keeps the same one on.
Or keeps the same one if they're doing a great job and help with the measles outbreak.
Okay, and one last point, because it's been brought up in the news, it's been brought up elsewhere, and isn't it factual? I'm sure you're probably well aware, since the measles has come up this morning because we're talking about the director of the Department of Health. Isn't it true that reports clearly show that the outbreak of measles in the Spartanburg area were mostly asylum seekers from Eastern Europe, and they were not vaccinated in their home countries before they came here?
I have heard that. I cannot verify that, but I have heard that.
Well, I actually have just pulled it up to confirm. I already knew it, but I pulled it up to confirm, and that is a fact.
Thank you for that knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Frank's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Edgerton, for bringing this amendment. I think it's already been, mentioned that this is the interim director. I do agree with you that and Representative Landing, that it would send a clear signal to the governor. Also, I echo the sentiment that this would be a great olive branch to the Senate, show some cooperation. And did you know that Dr. Simmer, specifically because we're bringing up the measles here, as a mental health expert, does not have the knowledge and education in epidemiology? And if our concern is the current outbreak, that a deeper knowledge of epidemiology might even be better served in that position. Also, did you know that concerning the measles, Texas had an outbreak last year? made national news. They used that to go after Secretary Kennedy. In that investigation, did you know that they actually found that when they started genotyping the virus, there's actually two different genotypes of the virus. You have a wild strain and you have a shedding strain. And in that outbreak, it was discovered that the vaccinated population was over-vaccinated. It was actually infecting the unvaccinated population. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I think somebody who understands epidemiology might be better positioned to lead this organization of public health.
Ms. Edgerton, before you answer that, that's your first 10. Would you like your second?
Do I have more questions than Mr. Frank?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Ms. Edgerton, recognized for a second.
So I was aware, I had heard that about the wild versus the vaccinated and the measles, but I think when you go back and look at Simmer's record during the great pandemic of 2020 and 2021, his record during COVID was not great either because it's not his specialty. And I think when the governor goes to appoint someone and the Senate, maybe we should have someone who maybe specializes in those things, but instead of, and we do have a mental health epidemic, I agree with that, but it hasn't gotten better under his watch either, so.
Mr. King's recognized for a question.
I just have a question in reference to if we take the money out and then a new director comes, how are we paying that new director? That's the only question I had.
That's a very good question, Mr. King.
All right.
Mr. Caskey's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I think it is a good question. I think it's such a good question that we ought to dwell on it for a minute. What happens, Ms. Edgerton, if your amendment is adopted and then on, say, August 1st, October 30th, December 15th, February 12th, April 30th next year, and on throughout fiscal year 26, 27, how are we going to pay for a director of the department?
We do have some carryover funds, so maybe we'll just take it from the carryover funds.
And you use the word maybe. And yet we're here in a position where we have to pass a law that says this is what we will do. Can we do that with carryover funds?
We're the House of Representatives of South Carolina. We can do what we want to with the money. It's our job.
Well, that is certainly a novel theory of law, the sort of novel theory that maybe explains your constitutional analysis, but I appreciate your sincerity in giving us an answer to that. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bowers recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Edgerton, thank you for taking my question. Do you know how long Dr. Zimmer has been in a carryover state or temporary?
I believe the Senate sent him back last year, while we were in session last year, and then Governor McMaster just has ignored their directive since then.
So about a year or over a year. So did you make any effort, do you know how long Chairman Bannister's
Let me get some order, please.
Do you know how long Chairman Bannister's committee has been working on the budget?
Since before January would be my guess.
Yeah, a long time. So my question is, how did you make any effort to go and speak with Chairman Bannister about this issue and maybe get it worked into the budget so it didn't just pop out here today?
It didn't just pop out. The Senate sent him back. The Senate sent him back. The governor should have reappointed somebody different. The point is, he is unconstitutionally in office and therefore should not draw his salary. Period.
Ms. Edgerton, give me just a second. Folks, you know the drill without me saying it. Sergeant, I have to wear our tennis shoes today.
So
please take your seats, members.
I'm wearing my tennis shoes today.
Well, maybe you can help me get them quiet, Ms. Edgerton, but they're trying to hear you right now. Ms. Edgerton, recognize. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Edgerton, do you feel like it would be reasonable that the Dr. Zimmer's been in place temporarily and in place for over a year, and we've been working on the budget for at least 6 months? Don't you feel like it would be at least reasonable to go to the chairman of Ways and Means and say, we need to do something about this instead of just bringing it out today.
This is the recourse that I have because I'm not on Ways and Means. I have spoken out several times against Dr. Simmer, including being part of press conferences, calling out his unconstitutionality. So I've done my part, and he is unconstitutionally in office and thus should not draw a salary.
So to answer my question, you made no effort to go to Ways and Means before bringing it out.
I just have to say that I'm sorry, would you repeat your question?
So to answer my question, you made no effort to go and talk with anyone on Ways and Means about this amendment before today?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
But I have made a point to speak to the people about it, and the people don't want him in office. Thus, the people in the Ways and Means should have known that the people don't want him in office.
Mr. Frank. Okay, Mr. McCravey.
Ms. Egerton, you were asked questions about how we would replace this money in the budget. Are you aware that there are numerous vacant FTEs that have been funded and appropriated by this body over and over again? I think there's about 248 vacant FTEs in this particular agency, 35 of which are over a year. So does that make you think that maybe we do have enough money in this agency to be able to cover $248,000, $258,000?
Yes, Mr. McCravey, that point was brought up several times last year. If I remember during the budget, we do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem in this state.
Ms. Henderson Myers recognized for a question.
Edgerton, hello? Ms. Edgerton, can you define what you call a good job? What's doing a good job in the Department of Public Health? What's a good job?
Not having epidemics.
Ms. Edgerton, go ahead.
Not having an epidemic and taking care of the epidemic, education of the populace. And so in this particular position, yes.
Ms. Edgerton, are you aware that he has mobilized measles vaccination mobile sites, and that with those mobile sites, the measles rate is going down now? Are you aware of that?
I knew about the mobile sites, but he's also doing it without parental involvement, just rolling them up to schools and vaccinating kids.
That is not correct. I have done at least 5 mobile site vaccination sites, and the parents are bringing their children.
Okay.
So would you agree then, if he's doing that job and he is making the rate go down in South Carolina so that it doesn't spread to other states and other people, that that's a good thing that he's doing?
You and I disagree on vaccines, so yeah.
All right. And so the vaccines largely are by parents. Children have them largely by parents who won't get their children vaccinated. Would you agree with me on that?
I'm sorry, say that again? I can't hear you.
The vaccination rate, the measles outbreak is largely due to parents who will not allow their children to be vaccinated. Are you aware of that?
I think we have heard a different theory about that, as in what happened in Texas. I do believe that there is there are some studies about the wild version versus the vaccinated version.
Well, as a director of Department of Public Health, don't you think that the job of the director is to make sure that they eliminate as many diseases as possible and take care of the public health?
Don't you think that the director of public health should not have shut down nursing homes where old people died without their families around them because they could not visit?
I'd like for
That's
you
not
to
a good job.
answer my question.
That is not a good job.
Got that out. All right. So do you think it's okay when somebody's doing their job? The measles, there was 1 new case of measles this week. Do you think, and that is down from, we've got almost 1,000 cases right now. that came out previously. And so he is doing his job. Would you agree? Because the measles rate is going down?
I don't know if the measles rate is going down. I'll take your word on that.
Do you think it's okay for a person, a director of a department who's doing his job to have his salary reduced to $1?
I do when he's unconstitutionally appointed.
Even though he's saving lives?
He has not done a good job. His track record is not good, and the people do not want him. The Senate does not want him. McMaster is not doing his job by appointing somebody that the people want and the Senate wants. It's unconstitutional. So I'm worried about unconstitutional.
It doesn't matter what kind of job he's doing.
It doesn't matter that he killed a bunch of old people because he locked down nursing homes? We're just gonna forget about that part?
Well, I'm not saying that part, but what I'm saying is he is doing something in an area,
so you're
and
gonna
we
throw
are
the baby out
widely
with the
in the
bathwater?
news. We are in the
Ladies,
national news.
ladies, order. We're not going to speak over each other. Luckily, I don't have to govern this because your time has expired, Ms. Edgerton. Mr. Hewitt's recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, there's a lot to talk about after that, but
Do you have something more to say, Mr. Hewitt, before you take questions? Mr. Long, I got you first.
a lot to be said there. Mr. Caskey, Representative Caskey said exactly what I was going to come up here and talk about if you put it at $1, then you go and try and hire somebody, you got $1 salary. So with that, I'll move to table the amendment.
Mr. Hewitt moves to table Amendment 1. Mr. Beach refreshingly requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do. Question is tabling amendment number 1. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing a roll call? I know it's 4-H Day, men, but let's stay close to our seats. Governor, Coach. Question is tabling Amendment 1. Trying to let Mr. Govan and Coach. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. 7330. Amendment 1 is tabled. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments in section 31.
Question is adoption, section 31. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Folks, while we're in the roll call, I want to wish a special 29th birthday to our good friend, Miss Chandra Dillard. Happy birthday. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 7116. Section 31 is adopted. Clerk will read.
All right. The next open section is 48, Amendment 7, page 138.
We're on Section 48, the Sea Grant Consortium, Amendment 7.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pace is recognized on Amendment 7. Mr. Pace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, we talked about this a little bit last year. This is the Sea Grant Consortium. And I would wager many of us aren't quite sure what the Sea Grant Consortium is or does. What this amendment would do in coordination with Part B amendments, this would effectively eliminate this agency. It's recurring dollars, a little over 1.3 million in last year's budget would go up just a tad in this year's budget. And later in Part B, we'll revisit this because in the non-recurring dollars, they would see 120% increase compared to the recurring dollars. So the primary issue this organization does is study climate change. Last year, we talked about how they issued a report about how climate change affects minority and women-owned businesses. They do all kinds of climate change research studies and coordinations with universities. If our universities want to do climate change studies, I'm not a big fan of that. I think that's wasted money on anthropomorphic climate change or human-caused climate change. But we certainly, as a supermajority Republican state, should not be funding an agency whose prime directive is to study and issue studies, promulgate studies on climate change and how it affects South Carolina. That would be what this amendment does, is reduce that to zero, and Part B would reduce their non-recurring to zero. And then there would be a follow-up, kind of a cleanup amendment in Part B that would allow any remaining contractual obligations to be used by the carryover money to be used to fulfill those contractual obligations should we shut this agency down. Here's the question that I asked when I looked at this. If we moved this, what would eventually be $3 million into tax relief, how many more families would not see a tax hike should we pass 4216 later this week? I mean, that's fundamentally the question on this. Do we want to fund climate change studies, or do we want to fund tax relief for our constituents? That is the Occam's razor that I took to this question. I know many of my colleagues on the other side of a different party have a different opinion on human-caused climate change, and that's your prerogative. But for me and my constituents, I think the best choice would be to eliminate this, save that $3 million, and put it toward tax relief. Happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions. Mr. Hewitt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm up here to ask for a table on this. We talk about the Sea Grant Consortiums. Those of us along the coast realize the importance that they bring to our area. I mean, $1.4 million budget, it produces about a 364% return on that investment. And he talked about research with universities. We can talk about that. But something that most of us that we can relate to is y'all have seen us really advocating for the increase of red snapper season and all along the coast, the fishing, the coastal resources. That is something important that they bring to all of us, and that's enjoyed not just by coastal residents, but those throughout the state that come down and enjoy those resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll move to the table.
Mr. Hewitt has stepped away. He moves to table. Mr. Beach requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do. Question is tabling Amendment 7. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing a roll call? Mr. Magnus. Any objection? Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Vote 8720, House tables Amendment 7. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments in Section 48.
Question is adoption, Section 48. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered.
Duano.
Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 8720. House passes. Section 48. Clerk will read.
Section 49 has amendments, several. The first is number 11. Ms. Cromer, Amendment 11,
Ms. Cromer is recognized. Amendment 11.
page 139.
This Department of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today, while we're deliberating the people of South Carolina's dollars, I think it's important that we look at the budget of the Department of Parks and Recreation and what they're doing there. For this amendment, I am just decreasing the amount, $200,000, and that is in their operating expense, and that's just taking them back this amount to what it was previous year. It's $200,000 just of their expenses increasing this year for this organization that we're using to spend money on advertising for these companies or sports that are supposed to be so successful in billion-dollar industry, but yet we're having to spend taxpayer dollars to advertise for that. It just makes no sense during these times when our state has been said to be booming and doing so well that we would take taxpayer dollars to unnecessarily spend. I think this is just one of these departments that we need to really delve into, cut the fat off of it, and really just do the work of the people. I'll take questions.
Mr. Pace is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Cromer, are there other places, other government entities in the state that advertise for tourism in South Carolina?
I believe, does the Department of Commerce maybe one of them?
Well, in certain ways they do, but for tourism specifically, aren't there chambers of commerce that receive
Money through the
money
Department of
from local taxes and hospitality taxes? Did you know that the Myrtle Beach Chamber of Commerce receives more than $50 million in tax money that they spend on advertising to draw people to Myrtle Beach?
Yes, you are correct. And there's also a proviso in here that mentions where the departments of the Chamber of Commerce, where certain ones get money allocated specifically for this as well.
Yeah, and did you know that according to the most recent reports, South Carolina is the fastest growing population in the country amongst all the states?
Yes, I have heard that, and I think it's been mentioned this week.
I think I've heard that a few times. Would you say that the advertisement has effectively done its job, and maybe we need to roll that back a little bit, give the state some breathing room, and spend that money elsewhere?
I agree with your question, but then too, I think maybe the free market has done its job, and they're providing services that the people want, and so therefore they are attending these events. They're going to these things because that's something they want to do. These companies, these industries, they're making hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. So I don't know why we need to give extra money to this state agency, because successful, thriving businesses, free market capitalism, they will take care of themselves. We don't need the government to interject and use the people's money when we could return this money to the people so that they could have more money to attend these events.
And with this reducing it by $200,000, would that eliminate this parks agency? Would that close parks? Would that do anything like that?
So that is a great question, and I know one that would be concerning to most. But no, this is not closing any industry. It's not getting rid of anybody's job. This is just returning more money to the budget that we could use on roads, bridges, and other core functions of government. And actually, you know, we have an opportunity for the big tax cut that I think we're going to discuss later, and this would be a great opportunity to put some of this money in that pot.
So just to be clear, this isn't closing parks. This is just saying, let's spend what we spent last year on this particular agency.
I'm sorry.
This is just saying we're going to spend basically last year. We're not going to increase it from last year's budget.
Right. This is just saying, this is a freeze. You know, we're not taking money away. We're just not giving you more. Right now, in the times of the people are struggling, we're about to see the potential of gas prices to go up. People are hurting, and this is our opportunity to serve the people. And this right here is just saying, hey, you have enough, operate within your means, and we'll address it more next year.
And this is my last question. Is this, the subcommittee this came through, what is the partisan makeup of the subcommittee and the budget this ran through? Is it majority Republican or majority Democrat?
This is a majority of the minority party.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think I have proven all of my points. If someone else wants to speak against the people, they are more than welcome to come and take the well. But I am here to do the will of the people. To find money to cut from this department is one of these that's not a core function of government, but you can look around these big, nice golf tournaments that our state is very fortunate to host. The PGA, billions and billions of dollars. And they know they have their own advertising department and dollars, and I think that's something that we should let them handle and give the money back to the people. Thank you. I move for passage.
Ma'am, Mr. Rutherford has a question. Ms. Cromer has stepped away. Mr. Stavronakis is recognized.
Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm not sure what all that discussion was about. The amendment actually addresses some funding that is the result of a Department of Technology and Operations mandate with regard to cloud hosting to improve disaster recovery, business continuity, and operational flexibility across state agencies, and this funding is to meet that mandate, and that's what the funding is for.
Mr. King, do you want to be heard, sir? All right. Question is adoption Amendment 11. Mr. Stavronakis moves to table Amendment 11. Someone over there asked for a roll call. I think it might be Mr. Beach. Do 9 members second? 9 members do. Question is tabling Amendment 11. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. 94-17. Amendment 11 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Which brings us to the next amendment, which is number 13. It is Ms. Cromer. 13.
Ms. Cromer is recognized on Amendment 13. Ms.
Page
Cromer.
139.
Ms. Cromer passes over Amendment 13. Clerk will read.
If that is passed over, that would bring us to the next one, which is number 9. Ms. Cromer, page 140.
Ms. Cromer passes over number 9.
Which will bring us to the last, there's 2 more. Ms. Cromer, number 10.
Ms. Cromer, number 10.
Page 1.
Ms. Cromer is recognized for number 10.
You are, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Cromer is recognized number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief because it's the same message. This is $275,000. $275,000 for more promotional things that'll go through the Department of Parks and Recreation. And this is $275,000 more dollars that we can put into another pot to return taxes or fix our roads and bridges and do the will of the people. Thank you, and I move for passage.
Mr. Tabernakis is recognized on Amendment 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, this fund, the department funds hospitality and tourism at various levels. They're statewide, regional, and then the very local level. This is your most local level of investment in tourism. This is mostly going into more rural areas of South Carolina to promote hospitality and tourism. These dollars are very, very important to those local communities. So we'd ask you to table the amendment.
Mr. Pace has a question. Mr. Tabernakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Tabernakis, I'm just your opinion. Do you think this $275,000, I may know the answer to it, is better spent promoting small-town regional tourism, or would that be better spent in tax relief so that part of that 22% that would see a tax hike if we pass 4216 would see less of a tax hike?
We have over $1 billion of tax relief in the budget, so I think we can do both, Mr. Pace.
Well,
That's my answer.
is that tax relief? Okay. All right.
Question is adoption Amendment 10. Mr. Tabernakis moves to table. Mr. Beach moves for a roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. All members wishing to vote, voted. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Votes 94-18. Amendment 10 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Next amendment is number 49. On section 49 is number 8. Number 8, Mr. Magnuson. Number 8.
Mr. Magnuson is recognized. Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing in this process. I know everybody is interested in how we spend our taxpayer dollars, and I appreciate every single one of you all for the work that you've put in making sure that your constituents have their money spent wisely. Here I have an amendment to reduce the sports marketing grants that are dispersed. This reduces the one line item to $1. The other line item, there's actually 2 sports marketing grants line items in the budget. The other pot is $850,000, which is an increase from last year. We didn't touch the other one. We're just decreasing one of the line items. What I'd like to submit to you today is, because I try to filter everything through as much as I can a biblical worldview and trying to understand what the purpose of government is. And what I believe about government is that there are certain things that we should do and certain things that we should not do. And we've heard often conversation about what are the core functions of government. And the questions are raised and batted around. What is a core function of government? And I think some people have answered the question well, and some people don't know the answer to the question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hart, recognized. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise a point of order under Rule 8.3, which is dilatory. I suspect that you will probably rule against me, but I want to place the chair on notice. I think what is happening is you have different members who are coming up to speak about the very same subject. They're just changing the numbers. They're speaking about the core function of government and the marketing of the PRT, but they're only changing the numbers. Now, I think this is the third one. So I want to place if they continue, I'm going to renew my motion under 8.3 for dilatory.
Mr. Hart, I'll make a note of that, and I will be vigilant in that regard. At this point, I will overrule your motion. Thank you. Mr. Magnuson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that because I think it's pretty apparent that these are different sections, line items in the budget. We certainly have privilege as members to address each line item, I think, and we need to talk about whether each line item is needed. And if a member wants to say that we don't have that opportunity, I think they're mistaken, because this sports marketing grant is a separate section from the other sections, a separate line item, and this particular program, I believe, is not part of what government is designed to do. Okay, what is government designed to do? What do we mean when we say core function of government? The Scripture tells us government is designed for to be a terror against the evil works. It wields a sword, and it is for the punishment of those who do evil and for the praise of those who do well. And what I gather from that, the analogy that I sometimes use would be almost like a solar system. You have justice as the sun. Justice is the main purpose of what government exists to do. And then you have a lot of planets that orbit the sun. So you can make arguments that, the sun would be justice, would be like our law enforcement and our courts. That's what we're here to do, is defend the innocent. The Declaration of Independence says the same thing, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That is what we are here to do, is to secure people's rights. But you can make the argument for the planets that revolve around that sun, things like education, things like roads, things that make it easier to do justice and have a society that is righteous. What you cannot make an argument for is for the government, for the state, to do things that the private sector should be doing. We call that a different jurisdiction. I believe there's 5 jurisdictions. There's the government or the state. There's the church, okay, different jurisdiction, still under God, but different jurisdiction. There's the economic jurisdiction. There's what we call the free market or business world. Then there's the family, and then there's the individual, our own self-control. Our self-control, self-governance, is what is the foundation of all of it. But in order to have a government that secures the rights of our individuals and our families and our churches and our business, we have to have a government that stays in line. That's what we mean by core function of government, is a government that does what it was designed to do. And you cannot say that sports marketing grants, in my opinion, you can't say that that is a planet that revolves around that sun of justice. It doesn't do what government was intended to do. It's something separate. It's something that the business world should be taking care of. If you want to go and advertise for a company to do sports marketing, then you should do that. More power to you. We should protect that freedom for you to do that. But we should not take with the sword of government, or a gun, whichever one technology we have today, we should not take through taxation something away from somebody and put it towards advertising for football or basketball or golf or whatever it might be. That's wrong, ladies and gentlemen. It's wrong to use force to take money from somebody to advertise for your ball game. Do you understand what I just said? It is wrong, I believe. That is my understanding, is that it is wrong to take money away from somebody else, to point the gun at their head, say, pay me, in this case, $2 million, and I'm going to go use it to advertise my ball game. That's what we're doing with this money. And so I urge you to vote against that, because that's, to me, in my study, not just against the purpose of government, not just not the purpose of government, but it's against the purpose of government. It is a wrong use of taxpayer dollars. It's something that we should protect their freedom to have games, But the government doesn't force people to pay for those games. The government doesn't force people to advertise. So I'm asking for, again, I'm not even asking for all of this to go away. I'm asking for some of it to go away. I think we should do less taking by force. And if you're shocked by that analogy, I'll remind you that this is how our founders thought of government. Washington said this. He said, government is, he said, it's not servant, it's not service, it is like fire, it is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. So I would ask you to understand when we have a government that takes away money from the taxpayer to do something that we should be giving the taxpayer freedom to do, not forcing them to do, then I believe we are overstepping our God-given boundary.
Mr. King, what purpose you rise, sir?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know if we can get back on track and talk about the actual amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Magnuson, you wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, sir. I'm talking about the amendment, and I'm happy to take questions about this money and whether or not we should put it in the budget.
Yes, sir. J.A. Moore has a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Magnuson, similar to what Mr. King is saying, you went from the Bible to then you were giving us a lesson about the planets, and somehow you relating it back to this $2 million that you're lecturing us about. Is it wrong and do we understand? And the truth of the matter, Mr. Magnuson, is no, we don't understand. We don't understand being lectured for the past several minutes about the planets and how the planets and the Bible relates to this $2 million that you're trying to take out of the budget. We do not understand, and it doesn't make any sense, Mr. Magnuson. So help me understand how the planets and the Bible relates to this $2 million.
So do you have a question, Mr. Moore?
I said, help me understand. So that is the question. So can you please help me understand how your diatribe about the planets and the Bible relates to this $2 million that you want to take out of the budget?
So, Mr. Moore, I'm sorry that you don't understand what an analogy is. An analogy means you compare one thing to another. Okay? That's what that is. So if I say that I am like a wall, okay, that doesn't mean I am a wall. That means I'm like one.
So you're saying that you're like the planets or the sun,
No,
or you're
I'm
like
talking
the Bible?
about the functions of government.
But you weren't making...
Gentlemen.
I think you're being dilatory here.
Yeah, let's...
Mr. Magnuson, you weren't saying, you weren't making an analogy. You were lecturing us about the Bible and how the Bible is telling you in some way to take $2 million from the budget.
No,
that was not an analogy.
Telling
Mr.
government
Magnuson.
what to do.
Mr. Let's stop, gentlemen. I want you to have a healthy debate. Mr. Moore, if you have a question, and then I want Mr. Magnuson to have an opportunity to respond. So, Mr. Moore, what's your question, sir?
My question to you, Mr. Magnuson.
1 second. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, your first 10 minutes, Mr. Magnuson. Mr. Magnuson's granted his second 10. Mr. Moore is going to ask a question. Mr. Magnuson's going to have an opportunity to respond. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Magnuson, please help me understand your analysis or your analogy of taking $2 million out of the budget and how you're relating that to the planets, how you're relating that to the founding fathers, and how you're relating that to the Bible. Help me understand how you're putting that all together to take $2 million out of the budget.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. So let me see if I can summarize again, okay? And you don't have to agree with this. I'm trying to share my personal understanding, which is that we should honor God's will for government, okay? Number one, we should. What God's will for government is primarily to do justice. That's what I read in Scripture. We're to stop the shedding of innocent blood. Okay, that's the main thing. The Declaration of Independence affirms that same thing, that we should secure people's rights. Securing people's rights means doing justice. That's the same idea, okay? To do that, to accomplish that goal, there are other things that we need to do, okay? And that's why I say it's almost like a sun with planets. There's other things that we should do in order to have to accomplish the goal of getting the bad guys. Okay? Sports marketing is not one of them. That's my point.
Yeah, hold on one second. What was the last part you said before sports management or marketing?
Sports marketing is not one of the
before that, you
purposes
said
for
something.
government.
Someone was
That's why we say it's not a core function. I'm trying to boil it down for you. What is a core function and what's not?
Okay, so you're saying your Bible teaches you what the core function of government is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. But do you also agree that the way in which our government was established is that there is that separation? Again, we all can be Christians and love Christ, which I think some of us in this body do, but I just don't get it, Mr. Magnuson. I just don't get the lecturing about $2 million that is needed for the state to promote sports. How that's like how we got here.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to stay. I'm trying to stay. I'm trying to track it.
Let me see if I can answer your question. So yes, I understand that opinions may be divided, and I know many people have different views on what God's will is for government or if God matters at all. What I'm saying for myself, and I'm appealing to a biblical foundation to my argument. I'm not just appealing to biblical foundation, but I'm starting there, okay? And I'm starting there because I believe that the Bible should be foundational for all of life, okay? To be clear, like not just for government, this should be where we start for everything. I believe that God's word speaks to everything, including what we're doing today. And so when I do that, I want to say, does God's word give me authorization to act in this sphere, or does it not? Does it say that I would be doing violence to other people, that I would be taking things from other people that are lawfully theirs that I don't have the right to take away from them? Okay? And to me, that's what this does today. So I don't believe if it's not my job and I don't have the right to take somebody's money to go do it, then it is violent to do that, and it is wrong to do that.
Mr. Max, we're going to disagree on this one. I like your artful way in which you try to justify taking money from this particular part of the budget. It's incorrect. And again, I find it offensive as a Christian for you to use the Bible to justify taking $2 million away from this part of the budget. I find it very offensive.
So,
Mr. Reese is recognized.
And if I may respond to that, though, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
I don't
sir.
think that it's offensive to base our reasoning on Scripture, okay? There are things that we could do with money that would be wrong. I don't think it's offensive to say that. And there are certainly things we could do that with money that has been taken forcibly from others that would be wrong. That's why this budget debate matters to some of us so much, is because what we see us doing here is holding a gun to the citizens of South Carolina's head and telling them to give us their money, and we're going to say what we're going to do with it. So that's why we take this debate so seriously, and why we vote no on a lot of things, is because we say, I shouldn't be able to hold a gun to your head and make you give me money to do those things. I'll take more
Mr.
questions,
Gibson.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gibson is recognized. Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Magnuson. You're going to have to help me. I'm not a smart man, but I'm dumber now than I was 10 minutes ago. So please help me. In your world, I grew up on a Mill Hill, as a lot of you
Let's
did.
have some order so we can hear, please. Mr. Gibson.
I got a question. I grew up on a Mill Hill. Played ball for Toxaway Mill. But the ballparks were built by the county. So in your world, with the suns and the moons and the stars,
order.
I got a question. In your world, and I'm being serious.
Well, the real world has the
would
sun,
you
moon, and
shut
stars, too.
down all of the county facilities that help to give these little boys a place to play ball and play soccer and all that county government should not fund, so therefore the state should not fund anything in that?
I don't think we should shut them down. That's not what I'm doing in this amendment.
No, but you made the statement that the government is not, that's not part of the government's, big words you use. The core function of the government is to provide for that. You don't need help. All I'm asking is, in your
Well, if I can
world,
respond
would
to
you
the question,
shut
it's a
down
good
all of these county facilities that provide sports? Like in Greenwood, we have a sports complex that has 4 football fields, 2 or 3 ball fields. Simple question, would you, in your world, would you want to shut that down?
So Representative Gibson, I do take a little bit of exception to your idea that somehow in my world that there's the sun, moon, and stars. There is a sun, moon, and stars in the real world.
Would you shut the ball fields down, son? That's all I'm asking. Would you shut them down? Yes or no?
No, I would not. But what I would do is I would not use state taxpayer dollars to advertise for ball games that I think we're taking money by force from somebody. Would you agree with that, Representative Gibson? This is a serious question. It's not a laughing matter.
Order.
Right?
Order.
You're taking money from somebody to advertise for a ball game.
If we build all these
shouldn't be
ball
something we should
fields, I don't know, some of his children, I think some of his children here may play travel ball. That brings a lot of money to Greenwood County. And it brings a lot of money to the low country. I know my nephews play down in Charleston.
I would argue that
you still haven't answered my question. Would you shut those down?
I would not
shut them down. Or would you just shut
down.
down the advertising?
So I've already answered your question, Representative Gibson. I'm
sorry, I missed it.
I would not shut them down. Here's the thing. I think I would start looking for other ways to do it, though. I think there's churches that have softball teams. I think there's private clubs that do it. You just mentioned travel ball. There are a lot of other ways that we could do this. If we're talking about an ideal world, we don't live in an ideal world, okay? I think there's better ways to do it. But I certainly would not use the money here to pay for some teams to get publicity and others to not. I mean, that's a whole other can of worms that we haven't even talked about, is the whole picking winners and losers. But right now I'm talking about, is it a core function of government? You have to admit that there are certain things the government should do and certain things the government should not do. We don't have absolute power in this chamber, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take more questions if there are.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Magnuson.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Rutherford is recognized for a question.
Mr. Magnuson, can you point to the exact Bible verse which says, from God, the state shall not advertise athletic functions?
No, so I can point, though, to where the scripture says what our purpose is.
So
which is Romans
what you're saying is that the scripture that you are interpreting, and you are a pastor, correct?
I'm a preacher, I would say. I do a lot of preaching and evangelizing. I'm not a pastor of a church, no.
What's the difference in a pastor and what you are? A pastor is more studied?
A pastor would have a congregation of...
So you don't have a congregation, you're a preacher to those that are willing to listen, is that right?
It's what I'm doing right now, Mr.
All right, and so as you're preaching to us, can you tell me the exact word of God which says that this $2 million should not be in the state budget?
So I've made the argument from Scripture. I can tell you a verse, okay, which is Romans 13:4. It says, "For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he is a minister of God to thee, a revenger to execute wrath on him that doeth evil."
So
that's what the government should be doing, is revenging evil.
So does that mean you're going to shut the ball fields down or not?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I just said that I would not, but what I said is we need to get to a place where government is specifically prioritizing the purposes that it's created to do. Okay? You understand the concept, right?
You realize
in a gradual way. I'm not trying to shut them down. I'm saying this $2 million can probably be used better rather than forcing somebody to take money to advertise for a ball team. This is two different things, Representative Rutherford.
I'm sorry, Mr. Magnuson, that's your second 10 minutes. Mr. Yao is recognized. Speak on the amendment.
Speak against the amendment. I come from a little place called Chesterfield County. We just announced a $20+ million positive impact to Chesterfield, Darlington, and Florence counties with H. Cooper Black because of some of this money. We also represent a place called Darlington Racetrack, almost a $200 million impact. With that, I'll leave with you Hebrews 11:1. And if you don't know it, read it. And I thank you for bringing that money back home.
Mr. Yao moves to table Amendment 8. Mr. Beach requests a roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do not. Question is tabling Amendment 8. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment 8 is tabled.
Which brings us back to, beg your pardon, which brings us to number 12. Ms. Cromer, number 12.
Ms. Cromer is recognized. Amendment number 12. Ms. Cromer withdraws amendment number 12. Clerk will read.
12 is withdrawn, bringing us back to the passed over amendments, which the first is 13. Cromer, 13. Yes, sir.
Ms. Cromer is recognized on amendment 13. Mr. Hart's recognized. From order, please. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back again. I'm going to renew my motion under 8.3. Again, same section, same argument. Only thing that's changing is the amount. Now, I think this is probably the third one from Ms. Cromer, maybe the fourth one. And I think fourth to fifth because she passed over one, but nothing changes except for the person presenting. So I'm going to renew my motion until I can get a favorable ruling on these dilatory motions.
Mr. Hart is recognized in regard to 8.3. Ms. Cromer, would you like to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that these are different line items dealing with different amounts. This is just dealing with the increase of these different lines.
Right, and Mr. Speaker, that actually underscores my point. Just because you change the section and line item, that doesn't get around it being dilatory. That has no effect on whether it's dilatory or not.
It's dealing with a different.
Yes, ma'am, I heard your point. Let me look at the rule just 1 second and our precedents. I got you. I've looked at 8.3. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hart. Let me have some order, please. Our prior rulings, when we've run into this issue, have mostly been with the same section, same lines, same money, same columns, changing the names. We've run into that when we'd have 50 or 100 in the same section. I think this is different in that it is talking about different parts of the budget with different amounts. And so I'm going to overrule your objection, Mr. Hart. And I appreciate your persistence, but I don't know unless I see something different that the ruling's changed. So I might save you from making it a couple more times. I wouldn't want you to be dilatory in that regard. I appreciate you, Mr. Hart. So Ms. Cromer is recognized on Amendment 13.
Thank you. That's a lot. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I come today to bring this amendment forward, and all this amendment is doing is similar to what I mentioned earlier. You know, with the supermajority, we had a call, and a lot of our campaign statements were the same, that we want to decrease the scope and size of government. Well, we cannot do that by increasing the scope and size of government. So this amendment is very simple. It is not defunding anything or removing anything. It's just not adding additional funds this year. It's just putting a freeze on these different line items. Representative from Greenwood area may be interested to know that I grew up on the Appleton, Mill Hill, and Anderson, South Carolina. And so having grown up there, surrounded by people who work hard for their money, who have a lot of pride in what they do, that they would not appreciate. And it helped me, the formative years of my life, understand what hard work means and what to earn a dollar means. We need to respect the people of South Carolina and their hard work ethic, and also be respectful of the promises that we made to the people. Let's just, this one simple amendment is just a generous or a good gesture, just to say that we hear you, we know that you're hurting financially, we know that you're hardworking, and that you sent us here. You trust us to do the will and to keep our promises that we made on the campaign trail. So, Mr. Speaker, I just move for passage for this simple amendment to just keep the funding the same as it was last year. Thank you.
Mr. Stavronakis is recognized.
Members, we already dealt with a couple of the items in this amendment, and it just and rejected them, and it just adds a few more. Again, we have a state of about 5 million people, and we have a $28 billion hospitality and tourism industry. We did not get there by sitting on our hands and not investing in those important industries that create jobs and help businesses succeed in South Carolina. This is really important investments to the people of our state. So I'd ask that we table the amendment.
Mr. Stavronakis rules to table Amendment 13. Mr. Magnuson asks for a roll call. The 9 members second. Nine members do. Question is table Amendment 13. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. All members wishing to vote voted. Time has expired. Clerk, tabulate. 9421. House tables Amendment 13. Clerk will read.
The last amendment in the section was passed over. 9, Cromer, 9. Page 1.
Ms. Cromer withdraws Amendment 9.
Withdrawn, leaving no further amendments to the section.
Question is adoption, Section 49. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered.
Ms. Edgerton.
Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Voter 99 to 8. House passes Section 49. Brings us Section 50, Department of Commerce. Clerk will read.
Section 50, several amendments, the first of which is Ms. Edgerton, 14, substitute, page 143. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Edgerton is recognized on 14, substitute.
Okay, so this is the second time we all have heard about the Scout debacle and that they're asking for more money. We all know that the Commerce Secretary has not done a great job with this, and the messaging on this is so bad. So this amendment reduces his salary to $10,400 a year, if you look at both sections, which is what we make, until he makes his budget responsible, he should get a minimum salary. That's all I'm saying.
Ms. Pace is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Edgerton, do you know in past economic development deals that Commerce has done, has Commerce micromanaged the dirt moving and things like that, or is that a new thing for the Scout deal?
I believe through Locate SC, which is under the Commerce Secretary's budget, that we do clear the land for them in that budget, yes.
But you might be surprised to know, did you know, that in most cases, outside of Locate SC, but in past deals with Volvo or Boeing and places like that, when the money would be allocated in project whatever, in this case Project Connect, that money would be sent to the private sector would move the things around. Essentially, the company would handle that. The company moving in would handle the building of their site. But in this case, do you know why the Department of Commerce decided to micromanage that and handle all that themselves?
I don't know why, and the Secretary hasn't been forthcoming, so thus he hasn't done a good job. So thus he should reduce his salary until he gets his budget back under control and is accountable to the people.
So would it be fair to say that in the private sector, if a CEO of a large corporation had budget overruns of $200 million on a project and had to go back to his investors and say, hey, I goofed up on this. We overspent. We need $200 million more dollars. We need $200 million more from the investor. In this case, the investors, the taxpayers of South Carolina, because we goofed up and we went way over budget. Do you think it's fair to say that a CEO in that position would probably lose his job?
He would be fired. And then not only did we approve this company doing this through a record, I wasn't here, so I say we, largely y'all, approved this in a record amount of time and gave them $400 million in cash for them just to turn around and put their headquarters in Charlotte, North Carolina? No, bro, we're not doing that. He should be fired. So he's lucky I want to give him $10,400. That's what we make.
That is what we make. Ms. Edgerton, would you say that causing a project to be delayed by a year past when it was supposed to be up and running, would a CEO be fired or at least face some sort of repercussion in the private sector for that?
I would say that he would do so. Not only did he not get this job up and running when he should have, he also wants more money in the conservation part of it to offset the wetlands or some such nonsense.
Well, yeah, I may have, but did you know that Richland County has actually been made responsible for $60 million because the dirt moving that was micromanaged by the Department of Commerce actually started moving dirt and filling wetlands before even applying for a permit with the Army Corps of Engineers? Did you know that?
I did not know that, but all of this is costing the taxpayer dollars. And if he were in charge of a company, which essentially, if you look at his budget, he is, He has mishandled and misused the taxpayers' dollars. He should not have a job, but he still does. So he should have his salary reduced to $10,400 a year until he does a better job managing the taxpayer dollars. I am his employer as a constituent.
But yeah, and you represent how many?
42,600 and something.
And would you agree that this is kind of a broader picture, kind of the danger of the state being an investor in private companies?
The CCP likes the private-public partnerships. This is exactly what that is. This is not capitalism in any form or fashion.
And I know you mentioned you weren't here, but did you know a few of us didn't vote for that Scout deal?
I seem to remember a couple of arguments against it, including one that went viral.
Well, I appreciate you answering my questions and for bringing this amendment.
Mr. Caskey is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Edgerton, I'm curious because I've noticed what alarms me is a disturbing trend here in that your proposal to the body is that we stop funding heads of institutions in this state. And earlier in a debate about whether or not we should pay the person who's going to run the Department of Public Health, you had an exchange wherein you seemed to imply that you thought it was legal to just pay the director with any funds in the organization. Is that an accurate summarization of your position?
I don't recall saying that at all, Mr. Caskey.
Okay, let me ask you directly. Do you believe that it is legal for an organization like the Department of Commerce to take funds wherever they may be located and then to pay the director or secretary with those funds?
I believe that if you don't do a good job, you should be fired, and he should be fired. Okay. But at this point, I'm not asking that he not get paid. I'm asking that we reduce his salary to $10,400 a year until he gets his budget back in order. He still get this, the money for his job is still there. He just shouldn't get rewarded for bad behavior. I don't let my children get away with bad behavior, and he shouldn't get rewarded for bad behavior either. We get rewarded for bad behavior in here, but
I can tell, as an example, I see it at the moment. What I'm saying to you, though, Ms. Edgerton, and what I think I'm stuck on is that your obsession seems to be with the individual currently holding the position as the final determination of whom shall be paid. That the question in your mind seems to be Secretary Lightsey is the only person occupying this position. And my concern are not the number of issues that Mr. Pace has raised, and I think he's stumbled into something worth exploring, but particularly as to your amendment, because your amendment is to funding the position. And so I want you to clarify for me so I can have some confidence as I vote on this amendment that you've put forward, whether or not it is legal for the department to take funds from one place and pay the secretary with it.
we're not taking it from anywhere. We are reducing his salary to this. I'm not taking money from some other part of the commerce budget. He's already getting paid. I'm just reducing what he's going to get paid.
All right. So let's stick with that thought then. Let's use your analysis. So if your amendment is adopted and becomes law, on July 1 of 2026, the secretary can only be paid how much? $10,400, right?
Until he gets his budget back in order and is responsible to the people, yes.
All right. Show me the part where it says until the budget gets put back in order. Can you show me that part?
Yep.
Okay. And let's say that the current Secretary of Commerce, he steps away on July 2nd. He wants a long 4th of July weekend, and he decides to pursue other things that don't invite unwarranted scrutiny from half-informed legislators. And that individual is replaced by someone else. Would that second person who's following in the shoes of Secretary Lightsey, would he or she be paid at $250,000, or would he be paid at $10,400 if your amendment were adopted?
$10,400. However, there are 3 FTEs that are currently at $90,000 that have been vacant, that are vacant. We can increase it with that.
Great. And so if I take your confidence to be a reflection of your understanding of the law, and therefore then I have to ask you the question, if that is the case, that regardless of how much we say the director can be paid or the secretary can be paid in the budget, regardless of what we say, what is the point of your amendment? Because the secretary, under your logic, could just take those funds and pay himself or herself regardless. So either way, your amendment makes no sense and is reckless with the state's ability to recruit a Secretary of Commerce that, to some points made earlier, may be worth having. You lost? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There was no question there. You were rambling.
Mr. Kilmartin's recognized.
Thanks for taking my question, Ms. Edgerton. Did the Department of Commerce blame inflation on this extra $150, $200 million?
I believe that's what they said. It was inflation.
You all done?
Give me 1 second, Ms. Kilmartin. Ms. Edgerton, your first 10 minutes are over. You still have questions. Would you like to take them? Mr. Kilmartin.
Were we not in the highest inflation rate this country's seen in a century when we passed this bill?
I believe so.
Did we pass this bill from start to finish in 14 days?
Yes, record time.
Do you remember Representative, I can't use his name, but he's right below me on my left here. Do you remember him arguing that we were doing this too quickly because we weren't doing our due diligence on handing out $1.3 billion to Scout?
I seem to remember something to that effect, yes.
Okay. I love your amendment. I'm going to support your amendment, and I hope everybody in this room does as well. We made a huge mistake in this body, and it's on this body.
I think it'll be tabled, but thank you for your support, Mr. Kilmartin.
Mr. Grant's recognized.
He's not sitting in his normal spot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Edgerton. As a representative from Richland County, there are some concerns that I have pertaining to the entire project, particularly dealing with Scout. But specifically on your amendment, there's something that you said about until the director gets his budget under control. My question specifically is, which budget are you referring to?
The Commerce budget.
So do we know that the Department of Commerce's budget is out of whack based off of a project's budget?
Well, there's a whole bunch of problems with Commerce's budget, including Locate SC. That's one of my biggest issues with Commerce.
Sure,
but Scout Motors, and he has come. I watched him come to the Ways and Means Committee and ask for more money for Scout. Now, we didn't give it to him, but it shows bad judgment on his part.
Sure. I guess my concern is I don't want to conflate the two issues, because I think that if we can't affirmatively say that the Department of Commerce's budget is not balanced or out of whack because of a project's budget pertaining to Scout, I don't want us to marry the two because they are separate.
Actually, zero-based budgeting is the law in this state, and we can make sure that when he proves that he has zeroed out his budget, then he can get his money back.
But do we know if that budget hasn't been zeroed out already? That's the question.
Nobody does it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Reese recognized.
Ms. Edgerton, I just want to make sure that I understand the logic here. So because there is cost overruns or because there are inflationary issues that happen with the Scout budget, then we should then hold the Secretary of Commerce accountable for that. Is that the logic here?
He should be held accountable. If you run a business and you run it into the ground, you should be held accountable for it.
Okay, and so let me ask this question. And holding him accountable means to reduce his pay so that we make sure that he understands that this body is holding him accountable by a reduction in his salary?
I'd say that's a reasonable account.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Who originally negotiated the deal for Scout Motors and gave it to the Department of Commerce?
That's before my time, so I don't know the answer to your question. Maybe some of the people in here might know, or the Ways and Means, maybe Mr. Bannister knows.
Would it be surprising to you to know that the governor was a part of that negotiating deal?
I'll withhold my comment on that.
So following your logic, is it then appropriate for us to also hold the governor accountable for any issues for the Scout deal?
I accept the terms of your agreement.
So holding your logic, we should also reduce the governor's salary?
I accept the terms of your settlement.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Magnuson is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Edgerton. And well, first of all, did you know that I believe that this is another place in government where we're doing something that we're really not authorized to do? Did you know that?
I've heard you say that before.
Thank you. I have a brief recollection of something recently where I mentioned that we don't have absolute power in this chamber. Would you agree with that?
We are not all powerful.
Thank you. But did you know that we can do things to improve what's going on here? We can't make everything perfect, but we do have some power as legislators to improve what we're about to vote on in this budget. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
So would you agree that when Representative Caskey presents an issue to the body of, he thinks that you're not having enough information about the money being able to be restored once the director of the agency is doing a better job, would you say maybe he could, in theory, introduce a proviso in the general provisions if he was serious about what he's commenting to correct the issue that he raised?
I think that's reasonable. We could put a proviso in there. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Edgerton.
Mr. Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real briefly, Ms. Edgerton, thank you for sharing, in reference to the Department of Commerce. I got a simple question. You mentioned that the budget was a problem with Department of Commerce. Is that what you're talking about?
I did.
And the budget that, not Scouts, I'm not talking about the Scouts issues, but I'm talking about the other part of the budget for Department of Commerce. Is that correct?
Yes, I have a problem with it.
Okay, but also you mentioned you had a particular problem with local SC. Is that right?
Locate SC, yes.
Okay, tell me what are the issues that you're having problem with local SC?
So Locate SC goes in and prepares land for companies to come in and locate themselves. So they go in and do infrastructure. We do it, the taxpayers do it, infrastructure. On top of these companies getting FELOs, oftentimes from their county, special tax breaks that our small businesses don't get. Our small businesses don't have Locate SC come in and prepare the land and all of that for them. So yes, I do have a problem with that being on the taxpayer's dollar. It should be on the company to clear that land if they want it cleared and to put in the infrastructure. We should hold the companies to do that, not the taxpayers.
So what I'm hearing you saying that there's developers that the state pay to clear the land for building. Is that right? Developers that the state compensate.
The taxpayers pay
Taxpayer.
them. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the companies do not do it on their own?
Sometimes they don't.
Sometimes
Some companies get the benefits and some companies don't.
So do you
The
know
government picks and chooses winners and losers.
So do you know for a fact that Scouts Motor land was cleared through which method?
I believe Locate SC and I believe Representative Pace mentioned that they cleared the land before they even got the permits from the Department of Environment, the Army Corps of Engineers. They cleared the land before that, and now there's a wetlands problem.
Okay. So, and you want to reduce the salary of the director to 10.4, is that right?
That's correct.
And you want to send a message to him that, you know, he need to get the budget in the best shape, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Edgerton has stepped away. Mr. Garvin's recognized. Okay. Mr. Stavronakis is recognized on Amendment 14 substitute.
Members, just for clarity, there's no money in the budget for Scout. There's no money in the budget for the Scout site. There's no money in the budget related to that at all, and I would move to table.
Mr. Stavronakis moves to table 14 substitute. Mr. Beach requests a roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Question table Amendment 14 substitute.
Mr. Magnuson.
Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Voter 9721, House Tables Amendment 14 substitute. Clerk will read.
The next amendment and the last amendment in that section is by Mr. Magnuson. It's number 15. It's on page 144.
Mr. Magnuson, you need a copy? Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Magnuson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment reduces the amount in the Department of Commerce for Locate SC, and it leaves some in Locate SC, but it transfers $11 million to the Rural Infrastructure Authority. Now, the Rural Infrastructure Authority, their requests were not fully funded in the budget this year, and the Rural Infrastructure Authority is what keeps up with water and sewer across the state of South Carolina to meet the development that's happening, the growth that's happening. I think all of our constituents are telling us, ladies and gentlemen, that we need more infrastructure to keep up with growth. But what we see happening in Locate SC is that the state is actually incentivizing more growth. So once again, we have not only a situation where, in my personal belief, government is involved in something that it should not be doing. This should be a private function. But we are actually pushing for something that our constituents are saying we've got so much of already. Why are we helping big businesses to find new locations and get their projects graded with state taxpayer dollars? Why not implement some infrastructure to help businesses and citizens that are already on the ground here in South Carolina? And that's all this amendment does, is it takes some of the funding from Locate SC that would be used to push more growth on the public, and instead says let's invest more in the infrastructure that's needed right now. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Pace is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Magnuson, I appreciate your amendment and the amendment that would follow if we pass this.
Right.
Did you know I sat in last year on the subcommittee that both Commerce and the Rural Infrastructure Authority had their presentations on?
I think, yes, I believe you did tell me that.
And in that meeting, you might be interested to find out, or did you know that when Commerce last year, I think they got $80 million for located SC in one-time money. This is the recurring dollars, the $11 million in recurring that they would get. The claim was made that South Carolina is running out of industrial land. Well, did you know that I work in industrial real estate?
Yes, sir.
I would argue, and I thought my first thought at the time was that is an insane claim that we have actually a tremendous amount of industrial land that's zoned for an industry that's not zoned at all. Now, finding it in Charleston County might be difficult, but around the state we have lots. And did you know that right after their presentation, where they asked for essentially $100 million in last year's budget, and they got most of it, that the Rural Infrastructure Director came up and said, we're way behind, asked for $25 million that year. I think they got a tiny fraction of that. And I asked the question, if Commerce is using these funds for Locate SC to put development into overdrive, to speed up development, is that causing the backlog for the Rural Infrastructure? And the answer was essentially yes. So would you agree that we should, the left hand of government should know what the right hand of government is doing and shouldn't counteract those?
I would argue that we actually, not only should we have communication between the two, but we actually should fall on the side of investing in local infrastructure and doing the things that our citizens are asking for us to do. I don't know about you, Representative Pace, but I haven't had one person come to me and say, I think we need more state taxpayer dollars going to big corporations to help them to come to South Carolina and tear down more trees and put up more big warehouses, okay? What I have had is a lot of people tell me we need the infrastructure to keep up with growth. We need more emphasis at the state level on our roads, our water, our sewer, and they feel like that we're not prioritizing those things right now.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Did you know that in Berkeley County, where I live, we've had a lot of industrial growth, a lot of good things come from that, but we're at a point now where we can't. We're turning businesses away. Like there's industries that want to come to Berkeley County because our sewer can't keep up, and one of the reasons are like one of the ways to facilitate increasing our sewer capacity would be the Rural Infrastructure Authority.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Would you say that it's a fair assessment between this amendment and your next amendment on the Rural Infrastructure Authority that would move this $11 million, basically move the economic steroids, which is this $11 million, to building our infrastructure out and providing that? Would you say it's a fair assessment that we have to choose as a body? Do we want to continue to supercharge development, or do we want to focus our resources, one, on tax relief, and two, on building out that infrastructure? Is this a binary question?
I think it is. I think that's a fair assessment. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pace.
Mr. Brandon Newton's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Magnuson. You kind of let off talking about what Locate SC does not being in the scope of government. You kind of talked about that on your last amendment. Can you kind of expand on that, what you meant by that, and what you view the role of government? Because I think you mentioned President Washington and all. Can you kind of talk about that?
I mean, sure. I love talking about what is the right role of government, right, yeah. Representative Newton? So we may have differing views. Okay, again, I respect if other people have views, I would love to hear from them about what they think that government should be doing and should not be doing. What I hope we can all agree upon is that we don't have absolute power. We can't just do anything with taxpayer money that we want to, okay? What I believe that one of the things we should not do with taxpayer money is to favor big corporations over small businesses and over the citizens that are already here. Now, that's my personal view. This amendment is not so much about that, okay? So that's not factoring large here. What is factoring large, in my opinion, with this amendment is, are we prioritizing the right things for South Carolina? Are we prioritizing the infrastructure that we really desperately need? Would you agree, Representative Newton, that we need more infrastructure in South Carolina to keep up with the massive growth that's happening.
Well, absolutely. That's why I have voted for the budget every year that I've been here. But get back to the question of, you quoted President Washington on the role of government. What was that quote?
I missed the question, I'm sorry.
What was the quote you used to President Washington where you talked about the government shouldn't be into this role, this is private sector? What was that quote?
Well, the quote from Washington was not so much about what private sector is. It was warning us. It said, government is fire, it is force. And like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. So in other words, you can misuse fire. At best, fire is dangerous. At best, it's fearful. That's what Washington said. So it is force, it is compulsion. What we are doing here is we are holding a gun to people's head. That's what ultimately will happen. If you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. If you resist arrest, you're gonna die, okay? And we're using that violent sword of force. That's why I went to Scripture to talk about the sword of government. The sword is what we hold here, and we even see a sword in the Senate as a symbol, or a mace.
Yeah.
They're violent tools. So we're using that to say, you give us your money, taxpayer, and I'm gonna decide how to use your money. And I'm saying, I think this is a wrong use of taxpayer money and an unwise use of taxpayer money.
And your point was that, like, the founders would have viewed this harshly, like getting into this role of government was anti what our founding fathers. I think that was a quote you used in one of the last amendments. This was
for sports marketing, yeah. I don't think any of our founders would have gone to Washington and said, you know, we need to be advertising somebody's football game. You know, I don't think that's an enumerated power of at least certainly the U.S. Constitution. I hope we would agree on that.
Would you be shocked to know that that is completely inaccurate? That under President Washington in his first administration, which included Alexander, Jefferson, Adams, the people who we put on every marble monument, created a bounty system for cod fishing. The federal government, one of the first things Washington did in 1791, he passed a bill to invest federal dollars into a private industry that only helped a handful of states in order to incentivize an industry that he wanted to succeed. Would you be shocked to know that?
So I did not know that. I will say that all men are fallen, and none of us necessarily live up to our ideals. You know, we have debates about should we honor the founders who owned slaves when they wrote about the principles of equality and liberty for all men, right? And I think none of us, unfortunately, lives up to everything that we say that we believe in. I hope we will all aspire to greater ideals, but it doesn't mean that those ideals then are set aside just because one person did something that they technically said was wrong.
Well, Mr. Magnuson, would you agree with me, though, that it's very bad to use something like that in an argument of using our founders? Because I think everybody in this room really appreciates our founders, but when we use terminology like our founders would not view this properly, our founders would not support this, when literally what I would call the greatest cabinet, the people who made up, who are on all our documents, who are on our statues, when they recommended and passed something that's completely contrary to what you're saying they did, it's extremely hard to then say, but the founders would not agree with us in this moment.
So,
Mr. Magnus, before you go in that's your first 10. You want your second? Granted.
Representative Newton, I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what I think your point is, which is that the founders had they were all different, unique people, just like we all are in this room, with different ideas, but there were certain principles that they aspired to. Would you agree with that?
I think there are principles they aspired to, but I think the first thing you should look at is what they do. I don't look at what people say, I look at their actions. And President Washington, his first cabinet, Secretary Jefferson, Secretary Hamilton, decided to put public dollars in an incentive package in a private industry that wasn't even a national industry. It was only a very small regional. I bet the people who sat in these chairs in 1791 did not like South Carolina tax dollars being used to help New England. But our president and our founder
the argument that what I was saying, to go back to the point I was making, Representative Newton, you're very smug right now.
No, he was talking.
Okay, but I'm answering his question. Did you have a question?
Yeah, the question is, do you see how bad it looks to say the founders do not agree with something when they did it themselves?
I don't think that I said that the founders disagreed. I think what I said is the founders had an ideal, and that Washington specifically had an ideal that we would not impose on people's rights. Okay, that's the big point here. And specifically what I was saying is Washington believed that government is force, that's what happens when you take their money, okay? Sure, we can talk about the details of different projects that the founders did when they were in their positions of power. Jefferson had some criticism for the Washington and Adams administrations based on some of the things you're talking about, because he did still think that there was even overreach under Washington and certainly under John Adams. I mean, we saw John Adams do the Alien and Sedition Acts, okay, infringing on freedom of speech, which immediately violated the First Amendment. And certainly you wouldn't argue that because of their actions, the founders agree with infringing on freedom of speech. You would uphold the ideal, would you not, Representative?
No, I would say President Adams infringed on the First Amendment because he did through the Alien and Seditions Act.
Right, but
we
should uphold the ideal.
Don't you, Mr. Magnuson, I'll let you finish. Mr. Magnuson, this is my question, and this is what always gets me. I love history, you love history, we've talked about it plenty of times. What really bothers me, did you know, that when people try to use the marble statues of the founders to sell their political messages of today, when they ignore what those founders did in office, it's wrong to do to their legacy, and it's also, did you know, wrong to do to the public, to tell them things that are not true about our founders in order to change their mind on an argument. Actions, Mr. Magnuson, do you agree, matter more than words?
Actions matter, and words matter, and ideas matter, Representative Newton, and we should uphold not the actions of John Adams to infringe on freedom of speech, but the words that he signed his name to, that he wanted freedom of speech. That's our goal. That's our hope and our aspiration. So that would be my answer to you. I understand the word of caution.
Did you know, Mr. Magnuson?
That's not what this amendment
Gentlemen,
is
all right, Mr. Magnuson, I'm going to let you answer, but then Ms. Newton has a right to question again, too. So finish your sentence, Mr. Magnuson, then Ms. Newton, you can ask questions. Let's not step over each other.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my answer to you, Representative Newton, is yes, I appreciate the word of caution. That is not what this amendment is about, and I was not trying to make that amendment about this. I'm speaking to specific ideas that our founders stood for. I don't think anybody in this room has a problem with aspiring to those ideas. That's all I'm asking, and yes, I respect your concern, though.
Mr. Magnuson, did you know you used the term that the President Adams, signed his name to the freedom of speech? Just a reminder, President Adams, did you know, did not sign the Constitution. He was in France during that time period. So he did not sign the freedom of speech article. He only signed the Declaration of Independence. Did you know that?
I think he did sign the Declaration, right?
He died. He did not sign
That's
the
what I was
Constitution.
referring to, is that not the freedom of speech, because actually freedom of speech, as you remember, is in the Bill of Rights, not even in the U.S. Constitution.
Absolutely.
Okay? He
Which
signed his name to the principle of liberty. That was my point.
The Bill of Rights, which they debated at the what?
At the U.S. Capitol.
At the yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
I'll move to the next question, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about this amendment.
So, Mr. Magnuson, are you saying you're not taking any more questions?
I would, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal to the chair that the questions have become dilatory. I've answered the questions. I'd like to speak and answer other questions about this amendment that's before us.
Ms. Newton, do you have a question about this amendment as opposed to constitutional history?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, do you know that I have questions about the Constitution when the Constitution and the founders are used to explain why we should change locate SC?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Newton. Mr. Pace. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we had decided that we couldn't pass over questions and then continue with someone else. Is that the case or no longer the case? I thought we had to step down if we decided to pass over.
I believe it's new rule, but I will tell you that they entertained each other's questions, I think, sufficiently that I'm now calling on you, Mr. Gibson. Do you have a question of Mr. Magnuson?
Now, who does your hair? It looks nice. Thank you.
So if I may bring it back around, Mr. Speaker, and I'll step away. I think that we've exhausted this debate. What I would just simply remind the body, if I could, is that our constituents are asking not for more big businesses to keep pushing growth, to use their money for those things, but for more infrastructure. That was this amendment, and I understand we can get into the minutia of what constitutional ideals we're trying to uphold, and I appreciate that, but in the practical reality here is that the state is using taxpayer dollars to push development and growth when we could be fully funding rural infrastructure, water and sewer that our constituents are asking for. And that's what this amendment does. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your support. There's going to be this amendment, and then the follow-up amendment takes this $11 million and puts it into the Rural Infrastructure Authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Magnuson. Ms. Stavronakis recognized.
So sometimes the lack of seriousness in these amendments reveals itself just by the actual amendment itself. So not only would this gut Locate SC, which would be a terrible blow to your local county's economic development activities, but it would, of course, move it to rural infrastructure. The chair of the Rural Infrastructure Board is, anyone? The Secretary of Commerce. And a couple of our members serve on that board, so just thought that was interesting that we want to get rid of his pay, but we want to transfer $11 million over to a board that he chairs.
Ms. Long recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Does the state have an obligation for like infrastructure, like water and sewer and utilities and things like that?
I believe we do. If you want to see jobs created for people in South Carolina.
Is some of the Locate SC, is that money used for utility? Like, if there's a site and they need to bring power lines or water or sewer to the site in order for that to be accessible for a potential business, is that what the Locate SC money is used for?
It's my understanding that these funds are used across the state. Not that there's a shortage of land, I think what was said earlier, but site-ready land for businesses to come in and develop their activities, create jobs and economic investment in the state. So I would imagine it includes all of those kind of activities to, again, create sites that are ready for development. That's part of we're competing, of course, not just with 49 other states, globally. And so having sites ready is important. Gutting this fund would basically eliminate that assistance to our counties in their economic development activities.
Thank you. And what about like stormwater, like, ditches and, making sure that, water from developers not flowing onto other property
Sure, and again,
owners?
that's the reason that the Commerce Secretary chairs the RIA board, the Rural Infrastructure Authority Board, which deals with all of that. And of course, over the last 5 years, we've made historic investments in the Rural Infrastructure Authority, historic investments.
So RIA kind of works hand in hand with Commerce as well as it relates to
Very
some of this
much
stuff?
so, very much so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Pace recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard a lot about just now that back and forth. That I had some questions that arose in my mind I would have asked. Has the Commerce Secretary done a good job keeping up, matching the overdevelopment with utility growth? Have the utilities kept up well compared to the growth of the corporate sector?
I don't think it's like the Commerce Secretary's exclusive authority to determine where utility development happens.
But
look,
chairman, though, right?
There's been a lot of criticism about because of the whole scout site thing that you all are trying to pounce on, and that just fair game. I'm not here to comment on that, whether that but.
Did you vote for that?
He's been Commerce Secretary since 2021. 50,000 jobs have been announced in South Carolina. I think almost $40 billion. So, you can focus on one problem if you want, but, That's just up to you. I mean, if that's the way you want to do it.
Well, that wasn't
Go
the
ahead.
question I asked. Do you think that utilities and infrastructure have kept up with
I
overdevelopment?
think it's been very hard. Our state is growing so fast, it's been very hard to keep up with all the different kinds of infrastructure that are needed, whether it's roads or utilities or whatever. It's been a challenge for all of us, and gutting budgets, which I'll repeatedly attempt to do with these amendments, is not the answer.
Well, Mr. Strabanakis, so this $11 million, though, would go to Locate SC, and if I understand that correctly...
No,
did
this
you
is
know- well,
not
if I could ask my
11
question-
million. Time out.
If I could ask my
This is
question,
not
Mr.
11
Speaker.
million. Well, your question is false premise. You're taking 11, we are adding 11 million to Locate SC in this budget.
1 million.
You're trying to take 11 million out of the program, which would gut it. So we're not sending 11 million. So the premise of the question, that's why I interrupted you, is faulty.
Well, I haven't finished asking
No,
the
but you
question.
started with, we're trying to send 11 million in this budget. This is their existing budget that you are trying to gut with this amendment.
Well, if I could ask a question without getting interrupted, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
So this 11 million that would go to Locate SC.
No, it would not go. It's there.
Well, every year, like it was repeatedly said, we're supposed to follow a zero-based budget system where everything goes to zero and we start from scratch. Whether we do that or not is questionable. But this money would go, if we agreed to send it to the Senate, send it back, governor signed it, to Locate SC. And the program of Locate SC, is that available to every business that comes to South Carolina and builds something, or just some businesses?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, we have a system where counties and commerce work together to recruit businesses, and having sites that are ready is part of being competitive in the modern economic world. And
so if we didn't,
I don't know who it's available. I don't think there are any disqualifiers. I think you got to have something to offer that makes sense for a county and for the state.
So does the business apply for the Locate SC, or is it the county and municipality?
Say again?
Who actually makes the application to Locate SC? Is it the business or the county?
I think Commerce works with local governments to identify sites that would be useful for business recruitment.
So I guess my question, to go back to the beginning, is if we're going to continue to spend $11 million to essentially pump steroids into clearing land faster and getting these sites prepared faster, which is what your argument is, I think, we're going to speed this up rather than let the market do it and just, frankly, just let the market breathe for a minute. Would it not be better just to take a breath on that, since we gave them $100 million last year, close to it? I think it was 97.5, but let's just call it 100 for even numbers. Why not move this to rural infrastructure so they can try to catch up, since they're so far behind on the utilities?
Do you know who,
for everybody?
The best way to answer that question is the counties who work with Commerce with regard to this program asked for more this year than Commerce asked for. So the appetite amongst the counties, who are the ones working with Commerce on this, is for even more than what we are able to allocate. So I don't think that I would agree with your assessment.
So you think it's better to just keep speeding up growth?
Well, that's your
versus-
characterization of it. I'm working on a number of different legislation in a number of different areas to bring some sanity to our growth, particularly where I live. But that doesn't mean that we shut down a program like this that would have catastrophic impacts across the state. And I would point out, there are a lot of counties that need, so there are some areas that need to get things under control. There are other areas that need more economic development. And when you crater a program, you're killing it for everybody.
So if we took this money away, said there's no Locate SC, would businesses stop coming to South Carolina? Would they stop building? Are the only businesses in South Carolina that are growing and building getting money from this program?
I'm sure, like, you wouldn't kill all business, but you would lose a lot, Mr. Pace.
So we would lose major employers if we don't put this $11 million toward clearing land that hasn't been developed yet.
I don't really even understand.
I'm
what
just
you're
trying to
talking
understand
about.
the premise of this.
Yeah. I think I've been clear about what this is for and that I think it's important, and, you know, that's just, if we disagree, we disagree.
Yeah, did you know, I think we agree on that. We do disagree. I don't think government core function should be
We've
clearing
heard
land.
over
Yeah.
and over again. How many years now? We've heard.
Mr. Franks recognized. Mr. Stavronakis has stepped away. Mr. Stavronakis moves to table Amendment 15. Mr. Beach requests roll call to 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. For planning purposes, I anticipate we'll take a short break at noon. Of course, I'm the number 2 guy. If the number 1 guy tells you any different, but I'm just trying to give you a general idea, because I know some of you like to order food. I just want to give you that. I believe that to be the plan. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. 98 to 19. House tables Amendment 15. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments in section 50.
Question is adoption, section 50. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered.
$8,005, 246.10.
Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Voted 95-17. House passes section 50. Brings us to section 54, Rural Infrastructure Authority. Clerk will read.
In section 54, we have 1 amendment. Magnuson, number 16, Magnuson.
Mr. Magnuson withdraws. Let me see Mr. Magnuson, please. Mr. Magnuson withdraws. Is that correct? Mr. Magnuson withdraws amendment. That was 16? 1-6.
No further amendments in the section.
Here, no further amendments. Question is adoption of section 54. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote on 114-0. Section 54 is adopted. Clerk will read.
The next section is 70. I believe we have several amendments.
On section 70.
No, number 93, Mr. Pace, Ms. Cromer, 93.
Mr. Pace is recognized. We're on section 70, Human Affairs Commission, Amendment 93.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me get some order, please. Mr. Moore.
You gotta take that.
Take your seat, please.
Oh, gosh. Just turn it up, Todd. This would remove the funding, the recurring funding from the Human Affairs Commission. Very similar to the Sea Grant, there would be a Part B proviso that would allow them to use their carry forward to pay any ongoing contractual obligations for the rest of the fiscal year. I talked about this last year at some length, but just to remind you, the Human Affairs Commission, I believe, is a duplicative agency. If you make a complaint here, for those who aren't aware of what the Human Affairs Commission is, generally they handle affairs of employment complaints and housing complaints. My reasoning for saying this is duplicative, this is the same thing that the federal EEOC does already. In fact, the federal EEOC has a contract with the Human Affairs Commission to do their complicated cases. So when it comes to what they do, most of the time, the complaints are dismissed without cause on both accounts, something like 67% of the housing side and a similar number on the employment side. But when they're not dismissed, I think it was 14%, I'll check my numbers on that, on the employment side, or it comes to some kind of settlement. Effectively, what that means is the employer pays an undisclosed amount of money to the complainant to just go away, because it's cheaper than litigating or mediating and continuing the problem. My contention is not these are necessarily good or bad, that what their function is. My position is that because the Human Affairs Commission of South Carolina already contracts with the EEOC to do most of the cases that aren't settled outside of mediation, why would we pay $6 million a year for this agency to handle these very small number of cases that actually go anywhere, when the feds can handle it and are already doing it anyway? So this would effectively be saving $6 million for the taxpayer to put toward, again, tax relief, taxpayer relief, if we pass 4216, to lower that number from 22%, we'll see a tax hike, to a much lower number. $6 million would go a long way. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Kirby is recognized for a question.
Mr. Pace, you in your earlier opening comments, you mentioned mainly what the Department of Human Affairs does is in terms of its scope. Are you aware of the history of why the Department of Human Affairs was established and when?
Yes, sir. Back in the 60s and 70s with fair housing and fair employment laws, things like that, on the federal side. Right.
Yeah. And is it your opinion that we are no longer in any need of having any kind of oversight for discrimination in the workforce or discrimination in the labor markets, whether that be racial discrimination or gender discrimination? Or would you be of the opinion that we've just gotten so good at not discriminating that that's no longer a necessary function or issue that we need to deal with in the state of South Carolina?
I appreciate that question. I think we are in a much better place in general as a society today than we were at that time, and I hope we could all agree with that. But my bigger point is not really an answer to your question or not. The bigger point is the federal EEOC already does this. So why would we pay more than $6 million a year for the state to do this when they're already contracting this out to the feds to do most of the cases that go anywhere beyond being thrown out entirely or being settled privately? So if there are still remaining cases, if we were to abolish this and the feds would still exist, you'd still be able to make those same complaints to the EEOC. Most of them, I would say the minutia of this stuff that's, the 60+% that is thrown out without cause, and the ones that are settled outside of that, so that's close to 80% of the total cases, those could be settled privately anyway. Like, we don't need to spend $6 million for those 14% to be settled privately and for the 60-something% to be thrown out to start with. They can go to the feds if there's a persistent problem, if there's a real substantive problem there, they can go to the federal EEOC and take care of that in that way without us having to pay for it.
Are you aware, Mr. Pace, that the Human Affairs Commission in the state of South Carolina annually compiles a report of employment for the state, which basically identifies things like salary ranges by age, race, gender, departments, and that, are you aware that these reports are compiled and produced by that department every year?
Yes, sir. I'm aware, and I would say that those things also could be done at the federal level if we choose to do that, but more appropriately can be done.
Does the federal level do that type work in other states?
Say again?
Are you then saying that the federal government then should establish those reports individually? In other words, build more departments at the federal level so that they can handle that type thing?
I'm in no way saying the federal government should grow in any shape, form, or fashion. My point is that the best way to do that, which is already happening, there are private organizations that do exactly what you just said. So if the question is, all right, let's get rid of the adjudication part of the commission, and they should exist, if I'm understanding you correctly, they should exist to compile reports. I don't think they need $6 million a year to compile reports.
Don't misinterpret what I said. I ask you, were you aware of the various things that the Department of Human Affairs does other than litigate discrimination claims?
Yes, sir, I'm aware.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think that, I guess my point of questioning is simply this. State agencies that are as important to our economy, our planning, and all those type things as I believe the Department of Human Affairs is, I think that it is just completely unacceptable to even intimate that they have no importance. Thank you, sir.
Well, if I can answer that, I don't think they have no importance. My point is, I would not label them so important that we should pay for it twice. We should just pay for it once.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So under the logic of, as I understand it and listening to that line of questioning, it's the feds do it already, so there's no real point in the state spending this money for something that the feds handle.
Something that the agency is already contractually engaged with the feds to handle most of these cases that go up. Yes.
Okay. Do the feds handle all of that or only some of that?
Most of the cases that are brought are no-cause determinations. I'd say, based on the latest numbers, 67% were no cause. Basically, they were thrown out without cause. 14% were settlements, conciliations, and then 6 were potential for cause. And with the agreement that the agency has with the feds, the vast majority of those 6 would be sent to the federal EEOC for them to handle. I think that the understanding, the premise of that is that the state agency isn't equipped or I guess funded or something to handle that in the same way the EEOC is.
So it's a little bit perplexing to some of us because South Carolina is supposed to be anti-federal government, and here we've got an amendment to remove millions of dollars from the Human Affairs Commission that also deals with things like fair housing and says, well, let the feds handle that. So
no.
Are you going to take the same stance when the bills come up about state funding going to build ICE facilities and us taking our state citizens' tax dollars to do something that the federal government itself is already doing, for example, with immigration policy? I mean, there would be a reason for us not to spend state tax dollars to do something the federal government's already doing if we're going to follow the logic that is being used to support this particular amendment.
Yeah,
correct?
so I'll answer both parts of that. So the first part, I'm not saying that we should let the feds do it. That was your quotation. What I'm saying is the feds are already doing this, and
Well,
we're
the
paying
feds
for.
are
Hold
already
on,
doing
let me-
immigration, right?
Let me answer your question. The feds are already doing this. We shouldn't pay $6+ million on top of what the feds are already spending because they're already doing this.
Mr. Pace.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your first 10 minutes, would you like your second? You've still got questions.
To the point about immigration, look, because the Biden administration let in however millions of illegals over the border, we're going to have to double dip to some degree. That's why we've done the things we've done with SLED, why we created a department there to start looking into illegal immigration. That's why Texas had to spend a lot of Texas local state dollars to handle that, because the federal government wasn't doing its job. In this case, the federal government is already doing the job. What I'm saying is we need to not pay $6 million for an agency that's contracting with the feds to just do it anyway.
Have you actually looked, and I get that you say that the federal government is doing its job, right? Have you actually looked at any of the data or the policy changes in the arenas of overlap between Human Affairs Commission and the federal government? Have you actually looked at data or looked at what policy changes have happened at the federal level since Donald Trump became president?
Is there something specific you want me to opine
So
on?
perfect, because you know I'm the civil rights guy in here, right?
I
So
certainly know. Yes,
here's
sir.
the thing. If you look at, for example, the United States Department of Education, under now WWE Linda McMahon, as we heard Representative Cobb Hunter reference, open civil rights investigations, some of them is not the Department of Justice. Some of that is through the U.S. Department of Education. And when President Trump took over, the federal government actually closed a ton of open civil rights investigations. Were you aware of that?
I was very aware of that. Those kind of things where the Department of Education under the Biden administration, I think, was labeling PTA moms and things like that as domestic terrorists. I'm sure they closed those investigations down, and I'm glad that they did.
And I get the politics, right? Joe Biden this and Biden presidency this. Biden ain't the president no more, right?
Thankfully, yes.
And stuff ain't really getting better. I'm sure you're aware of that, right? Maybe this amendment, take that $6 million from the Human Affairs Commission and offset the increased costs on consumer goods that all the citizens of South Carolina are suffering from these ridiculous tariffs. I haven't seen any amendments about that yet.
Well, that's, Mr. Bamberg, that's because this state, very thankfully, is not run by a Mandami socialist. We don't have city or state-run grocery stores. And if I could finish answer your question, I think, what I'm proposing is, I think, hopefully, maybe you would agree with, since you did author a very similar bill to mine about eliminating the income tax, this money would be better used, like I said, to offset any increases to what would be 22% of the state that would see a tax increase. We could use this to offset that, to get closer to a 0% income tax for everybody, rather than a duplicative state agency that the feds are already doing. That is the main point of this, not wandering into presidential politics or whatever you want to go into.
I get that. And it's crazy to be like, this could be justified, don't use this spending, this could go to offset income taxes, this could go to this alternative measure. Do you know how much it has cost the state of South Carolina on some of these duplicative amendments to print 9 copies, staff time? Would you agree that all of that money for all of these amendments that have been tabled, one after another, after another, after another, that money could also be used to lower state income taxes?
No, I think that is money well spent. And I think the money that's been spent on that in the past several budgets has been money well spent because we've seen, frankly, a slowdown in the growth, and that's good. We've seen, like I said, an increase in transportation spending. The things that we were advocating for the last several years, many of those things are in the budget, and I'm appreciative of that.
So a Freedom Caucus amendment to eliminate $250 million from Clemson University, which would effectively dead one of the state's premier public institutions, is a good use of taxpayer dollars. That's what you're saying.
Do we control the board of Clemson, Mr. Manbury?
Come again?
Do we control the board of trustees at Clemson?
I'm not talking about the board. I'm talking about the money that was spent in an attempt to kill a South Carolina public college. Is that money is that taxpayer money well spent?
Your framing of that is completely incorrect. The purpose of that was to make a statement to the governing board of Clemson, of which we control less than half of, that the way that they handled many things in the past year, not the least of which is the way that the president departed, sort of, and is now going to be employed for life for the rest of his life, making $300,000 a year from the taxpayers. That is simply one of the few recourses we have as this body to tell Clemson, we are not happy with the way things are going at your institution.
Would you agree
and that amendment, may I remind you, was tabled by the author.
Would you agree with me that there are a million other ways to make a political statement other than wasting the taxpayers' money? For example, a post on Facebook. That's free, ain't it?
I know you're an expert in the social media game, but I don't think that has the same impact as bringing up that subject on the House floor to let the institution know that we are not happy. Many of us are not happy with the way things are running. Those are not equal. And I'm, maybe it is to you. Maybe Facebook is equal to making a statement on the floor. I don't know, but to me, it is not.
All right. Thank you, Representative Pace, for taking my questions.
Mr. Franks recognized the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Pace, I appreciate you bringing the amendment. I was curious as we were listening to the conversation, you were talking about the duplicative nature of this agency. The feds are doing stuff as brought up, asking you if you're aware of the other good things that they do. One of those primarily being the tracking jobs and the demographics of those jobs and so forth. Are you aware that the Department of Employer Workforce is already doing that as well?
That is something that DEW tracks all of those same statistics and provides those to us, and that is, like you said, a well-brought point that it is again duplicative compared to even other state agencies.
Do you think it may be that the Department of Employment and Workforce might have a good grasp on that reporting, job data, statistics, et cetera, and maybe that the Human Affairs Commission might be able to relinquish that and save the taxpayer dollars?
I think that is an astute assessment of that situation, Mr. Frank, and I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pace.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter is recognized for a question. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Pace, for taking my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just listening to you, you've kind of implied or inferred a couple of things I want clarity on. One, Mr. Frank just asked, and I want to make sure that you all understand functions of these state agencies. I thought I heard him, Mr. Frank, say to you that what South Carolina do, Department of Employment Workforce, that what they do as far as jobs is concerned is the same as the Human Affairs Commission. I heard you say, yes, that's right. Did I miss something there?
I think it's a fair thing to say that what DO does is similar in its tracking of that information.
How is it similar? Tell me what DO does.
Well, amongst what the many things that DO does,
Name a
we're going to get tripped up on that. If we keep saying this, we're going to get tripped up. What does DO do? What does DO do?
Yeah.
I had to say it. It was there.
I think you got tripped before you said it. So answer the question for me if you would.
They track our employment, our unemployment, our employment statistics, job openings, what's available, the the number of the population that's not in the workforce that do many of those same things. Yes, ma'am.
And so what you just described, tell me what in the Human Affairs Commission's portfolio allows them to track jobs, to report job numbers, to do all that you just said that they do?
Well, Mr. Kirkman brought that up, and I was.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you because you agreed when Mr. Frank raised the question. You agreed that there were similarities. Let's move on if we could.
Sure.
You talked about one reason for your amendment is because the Minority Affairs Commission does the same thing that the federal government does, so why bother having them funded at $6 million if the feds are doing the same thing? Did I get that right?
No, ma'am. We're not talking about the Minority Affairs Commission. This is about the Human
I'm
Affairs
sorry,
Commission.
my bad. Thank you for that correction. You said that the Human Affairs Commission, that they basically do the same job as the feds, so why are we paying $6 million to the Human Affairs Commission? Is that correct?
Even more precisely, not so much that, is that
Well,
the
what
Human
I'm
Affairs
asking
Commission.
is about the similarity, your point. I'm trying to get clarity on your position.
Yes, ma'am.
One second, Ms. Pace, that's your first 10, sir. And I'd admonish you no more potty talk, but you got your second 10 if you want it, sir.
Thanks, George.
Mr. Pace, you stepping away? Okay. Mr. Howard's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I won't be here very long. I just want to get to the point that I've been here quite a few years, and every year the Human Affairs Commission is a discussion about eliminating. And as you all know, employment discrimination, housing discrimination runs rampant in this state, the state of South Carolina. And I'm offended. And I wasn't going to have anything to say because I know we want to get through the budget and moving along, and we got people grandstanding, we got people who's running for re-election, running for office and all that, and that's good. But it is offensive for a colleague to stand before me as an African-American male to say that the Human Affairs Commission is no longer needed, that everything is fair, diversity and DUI and all that is fair, and we don't need the Human Affairs Commission anymore is senseless. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would ask one of my Republican colleagues to move to table this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Crawford's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think it's important that we remember that this commission does not just enforce and investigate for federal laws, but also for state laws that are passed by this body for protections of pregnant women, the elderly, and small businesses, just to name a few.
Question is adoption Amendment 93. Ms. Crawford moves to table Amendment 93. Roll call Beach requests a roll call to 9 members second. Nine members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. All members wishing to vote, voted. Time has expired. Clerk close polls, tabulate. Vote of 98-18. House tables Amendment 93. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments in Section 70.
Questions, adoption, section 70. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. All members wishing to vote voted. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote 8117. Section 70 is passed. Clerk will read.
In section 71, we have two amendments. The first is Ms. Cromer and Mr. Pace, number 95, page 187. Cromer, Pace.
Ms. Cromer is recognized on amendment number 95. Mr. Rose. Thank you. Ms. Cromer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'd have some order, please, folks. This is going to be the last section we're going to do before lunch, but we need some order, please, to get it done. Thank you. Ms. Cromer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come today to basically try and do what we did with the other agency. This agency was originally the South Carolina Commission for Minority Affairs and has simply been rebranded as the Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement. But the mission remains the same. It's about identity-based policy, race-based research, race-based economic initiatives. Instead of treating South Carolinians equally under the law, this agency categorizes citizens based on race, identity, and demographic grouping. Government should serve citizens equally, not run identity-based bureaucracies. The agency produces racial segregation analytics. One of the agency's own research report focuses on mapping communities based on race and racial composition.
Mr. Hart, please quit harassing Ms. McDaniel. She learned to whisper in a sawmill. Please step back.
So, colleagues, this agency is simply the old Commission for Minority Affairs rebranded. Its work focuses on categorizing communities by race, analyzing income disparities through a racial lens, and promoting the same equity ideology driving DEI programs across governments. South Carolina taxpayers should not be funding identity-based bureaucracies. If we want to help communities, the best thing government can do is to cut taxes and create opportunities for everyone, not divide our citizens into racial categories. South Carolina taxpayers should not fund DEI bureaucracy that categorizes our citizens. If you will remember, we in this body passed DEI legislation just last year. So this agency is no longer needed, and I just request that we zero out this agency and send them to the unemployment line to apply for fair jobs and return this $3.7 million to a core function of government. I move for passage.
Ms. Landing has a question.
Representative Cromer, are you aware that at this year's General Assembly Women's Commission luncheon, General Assembly luncheon, that Dr. Dolores DaCosta was our keynote speaker?
I was not.
Okay, so Dr. Dolores DaCosta is the executive director of the Community for Advancement and Engagement. And she took over in the last year, and she had an unbelievably inspiring speech. And in fact, if you looked at her resume, you would find out that not only did she start her career as a Charleston police officer, later on being appointed as a county magistrate, and then Congressman Arthur Ravenel pulled her out of all that and took her to D.C. because he could see how effective she was. She became his she became his legislative assistant and then later served as chief of staff to Henry Brown. And then when he retired, she then went on to regional director for U.S. Senator Tim Scott. Now, in all of those roles, she was chosen for higher and higher positions because she was effective. She got things done. And in the luncheon, had you heard her speak, you would have heard that she took over this role because she could see there was a lot that could be done. One of the things she mentioned specifically was in the first couple of weeks, and I think I'm quite correctly paraphrasing what she said to each and every person in the commission, I'm going to need to meet with you so that you can tell me how you justify your job and your position and the salary that we pay you. And she ended up actually letting a lot of those people go. She hired new people. She's been doing an amazing job. And one of the things she did was rebrand in order to be able to demonstrate that this is a group that can do outreach to advance all of our community, to have us all work together. And I was very, very proud to hear that she was from Awanda, which is right on the edge of my district, and she's going to be a speaker at some events coming up that I'm involved with. So I think it's a mistake to judge this so harshly when, in fact, she's gone in there as a real doer to make this a much, much stronger organization for our state and our taxpayers.
Thank you for that information. And I'm not saying that she sounds amazing and great, and sounds like she would do great work for someone else, maybe for a private industry, but that doesn't really speak to the need of this agency. And that's what I'm speaking to, is if you look at the work that they've done so far, the reporting that they have, reports on race resources, income profiles, data visualization of census tracts in Spartanburg, geospatial mapping of community socioeconomic status with Publix and Whole Foods locations. So it's not saying that she's not qualified and there aren't great people working there. It's just that the reporting and the different things that they're doing is, it's just a DEI agency. And two, some of the information that they're doing is it's like the other agency, it's duplicative.
Did you know that oftentimes when something is not working well, the best thing you can do is clean house, bring in a new leader, and make a difference? And I believe that's what she's doing, so I don't know why in the world we wouldn't want to give her that opportunity since she's already there and already starting to make a difference. So what you have pulled up on may very well be historically accurate, but what's happening now is quite different from what we're hearing. Thank you.
Ms. McDaniel is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Cromer, I've sat here patiently yesterday and today, and I listened to you literally attack organizations, and in particularly organizations where minorities are involved. Can you tell me what your living is, what you do for a living?
Can you repeat? Can I tell you what?
What you do for a living? What's your expertise?
What do you mean, what's my expertise?
What's your profession?
Auditor, just serving the taxpayers, figuring out the lineage and the pipeline of the money.
And you work for whom?
Cromer Food Services.
You work for whom?
I work for a private industry. I've never been a bureaucrat because, you know, some of these agencies are necessary, but so is the private sector. And when you work in the private sector, you know and you recognize what it takes to run something efficiently and to be accountable to yourself and to your employees if you want to keep going forward. So that is irrelevant, I think, to this amendment.
You know, I'm not going to overtalk you, but when I ask
Thank
you a
you.
question and you get run off at the mouth, that means you're saying a whole lot of stuff that makes no sense. Now, these agencies you seem to keep attacking. It's almost as though, yeah.
I'm listening. She just asked that you be respectful. Saying she's running off the mouth, not probably the way to articulate it, but I want you to continue, please.
Thank you for not disagreeing. So you seem to overlook or disregard the fact that you have received all kind of benefits being a minority. And to keep saying that these agencies do not exist as though you don't know the history, which you probably don't, but if you research and read it, you'll know that there are a lot of people who are okay with these agencies being in place long before you got here. And your expertise does not allow you to make the decisions about who represent public health, about whether or not these these agencies should exist. And I'm not exactly sure what your aim is, but I do recall that when we asked for the persons who represent different people in their districts to come forward, and black people in particular, you came forward. But yet you keep putting up these amendments that attack organizations that are in place to ensure equality.
Question?
The question, as I asked earlier.
Wait, Ms. McDaniel, Ms. Crummett, that's your first 10, ma'am. You want your second?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. McDaniel, recognized for a question.
So I'm just trying to understand, why is it that you continue to put up these amendments that keep attacking these organizations that were in place long before you became in existence? And if they work now, if they work then, they're working now. So why do you keep attacking them?
Thank you for your question. So I will go back to what I said. Maybe this was needed way back then, but it's not now. I think another one of your questions was, I don't choose to represent one person based on anything. I represent all people in my district.
Not when you attacking the way you attack it.
There's no attacks here.
Yeah, there are attacks.
That's your language, and I understand where you're coming from. We're opposite sides of the aisle. I'm not trying to convince you
The aisle
of
has
anything.
nothing to do with it.
I'm trying to speak up for the people who have asked us to reduce the scope and size of government. This agency is not necessary. It's just, like I said, it's a DEI bureaucracy that categorizes.
Ladies, you're talking over each other. Let her
She asked
answer.
a question. I'm trying to answer it. Thank you. So I just go back to that the fundamentals of what we're here to fund, and this agency does nothing that we can see that's necessary, and also some of the research that they're doing, that they're proposing, is already offered in some of the other agencies.
But she just keep rambling.
And
so I can't ask my next question.
what I'm saying is that this is just based on identity, it's race-based research and race-based economic initiatives. This is not things that need to be funded by the taxpayer. It's DEI-driven. Diversity, equity, and inclusion has nothing to do with equality under the law, and that's what we're here to work for, equality under the law.
Ms. McDaniels, ask a question, please.
She had answered the first question, which is why she keep attacking these
Let's
agencies.
commentary. If you have a question for her, please do it.
That's my question. Why do she keep attacking these agencies?
There's no attacking. They're stating the facts for the people of
But you
South
hadn't
Carolina.
stated any
There's
facts.
wasteful money here of research that's not necessary, and this is race-based, and we do not need this. And so we
Now,
are
when
trying
you say
to.
race-based, what does that mean?
It means this is it's based on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let's read one of the reports here.
But diversity, equity, inclusion is not race-based
It is based on didn't earn it.
It's based on what?
Didn't earn it, that's what it means.
It based on did not earn it.
There is a use of the term Latinx. This is one of the research policies that they did, based on cultural, racial, and gender considerations.
But that didn't say race-based.
This is defining some of their policies. What you are trying to turn this into is a racial issue, and it's not. This is simply doing away with an unnecessary agency that we're spending over $3 million to do unnecessary research, that some of these research policies that's available is available through some of the other departments that we fund here.
Ms. Cromer, since you keep rambling every time I ask you a question, I'm not going to ask you another one, but I do want you to ponder the fact that what you're doing is race-based and not what this organization does.
I don't
and
base
you really
anything
need to
on
think
race.
about all the people that you serve. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I base
Mr.
things-
Howard's recognized for a question.
Excuse me just a second. I base on merit, not race, which is how we should, in this state during these times, that's what we should be basing all of our issues on. Thank you.
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Ms. Cromer. Ms. Cromer, question. It's brief. Do you not know or do you remember when the South Carolina General Assembly elected 22 white men to the bench, and we had 8 African-American women who applied, and not one of them was elected to the bench?
One of them was what?
A few years ago, there were 22 vacancies, judgeships, 22. 8 African-American women applied. Not one of them was elected in this body. Now, so would you say that as you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I think you support, you says, how can we relate what you're doing to that when it is kind of blatant, in my opinion? Did you know that what you're doing is kind of counterproductive to where we're trying to move South Carolina as relate to diversity, equity, and inclusion? That's my question to you. What's your end game with everything that you talk about? It seemed to be racially motivated as it relate to even diversity, equity, inclusion. And the example I'm giving you is 22 white men were elected to the bench and 8 African-American women applied. Now, one of them was elected, and offensively, a senator got in the state newspaper and said it was a great day in South Carolina. Do you consider that as a great day in South Carolina when there's no diversity and we're moving toward no diversity in this state?
I would say we know as a state there are issues with our Judicial Merit Selection Committee. I don't think that, or I have not heard that being discriminatory based on race or sex has anything to do with the issues that we have. I would say my issue would be appointing someone to the bench because they are a female or because of their skin tone is not going to give us a fair, blind justice. That is the very idea of DEI. And I think that women who have earned their spots to a position, that is offensive to say that they got there just because they are a female. But if they did get there just because they are a female, that's discriminating against men.
But my
and
question,
yes, we
my-
are to,
my-
excuse
my
me,
question-
but we are to the point.
But
in
can
our
I ask you a question?
I'm answering your first question.
No,
But
you
we
haven't.
are, as a state, if we don't start hiring people based on
Listen,
merit,
I'm
that
asking you-
is
I wanna ask you a
very
question.
discrimination that I
I'm
am
asking you a
speaking
question.
about.
I'm
You
asking a-
asked a question, and I'm
Let her finish answering, then you can ask another question, Mr. Howard. Y'all know the way this works.
Reflecting the question.
All right.
And I'm,
Ma'am, you got it. All right, I'm going to handle this. All right, Mr. Howard, I respect what you're saying. She has a right to answer the way she chooses to. If she evades your question, you could ask another question, but she has a right to provide her point. The more you can be responsive to the question, the less time I'll have to be involved with you guys. So, Mr. Howard, answer your question, and then you have an opportunity to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to your question about the 22 white men that were appointed to the bench, if they weren't qualified, then maybe you should have voted against them, maybe you did. I'm not sure of the candidates to which you're speaking, but I will say that I am in favor of appointing people and hiring people based on merit, because we get in trouble when we hire someone based on skin tone or their sex. And we need to avoid that, because that's the very definition of discrimination.
Okay, am I free to speak now?
If you have another question.
My question to you is that I was here when there were 22 vacancies on the court. 8 African-American women applied. And you, along with yourself and some others, did not find any of the 8 black women qualified to serve on the bench, but you found 22 white men. So you would say that out of the 8 African-American women who went through screening, who were attorneys, who were judges in other areas, but they were not qualified to serve on the bench, and 22 white men was qualified to serve on this bench. And so we're back at this point now. The things you're saying about minority affairs seem to be dealing with only issues that support or deal with minorities. Now listen, I had to say this because I feel this way. It's time out that we just sit and continue to take insults and insults and insults. And some of my colleagues say, oh, don't have anything to say because we're ready to go to lunch. Well, heck, it's bigger than lunch for me to sit here and see you continue to attack African Americans, attack African American communities, and anything of color. It's offensive. I am African American. I just can't help that, but I'm African American. And so I'm saying to you, and I'm going to take my seat, that I go back to the fact that this body elect 22 white men and disregard 8 African American black women, qualified black women. And so I understand what time it is. And so the point you're making is
I'm
not
sorry,
acceptable.
Mr. Howard, the time is hers is expired, sir. Thank you. Ms. Waters is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I know everybody's ready for lunch, and I will be brief, but there are a few things, one that have not been stated, and then some things that have been stated that are just factually inaccurate. And so I'll address the first briefly. Number one, it is not the case now, nor has it ever been the case, that black people, men or women, are hired simply because of our race. That absolutely, unequivocally does not occur in this society. And even in the case of affirmative action, only when black candidates are deemed qualified and there is a clear absence of black candidates left for consideration or up for consideration does race ever become a factor in a decision. But it is only when there is an absence of diversity in a pool, because did you know that the top organizations, companies, corporations in this country are all diverse companies. Companies like Google, Amazon, they actually do better economically when there's diversity, and that's because iron sharpens iron. That's number one, and I'll leave that point there. But I would like that to stop being said, because just because we say a thing doesn't make it true. And that is offensive, not only because it's a silly thing to say, but it shows a lack of homework having been done. Secondly, as it pertains to this amendment itself, I just want to remind everybody that there was already a discourse about this, and the name changed from Minority Affairs to the current name, and it wasn't just a name change, but it was actually an expansion of scope. This organization actually works toward advancing rural communities, communities that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So number one, the mission was already watered down as it pertains to doing anything for black folks solely, and the scope was expanded because of your complaints and outcries in the past. So I would also like for this conversation to stop being had, because it is simply unequivocally, factually inaccurate. And I will not asked to table this amendment. I don't think that's my place as someone who's not a member of the committee, but I hope that a tabling motion comes soon. I will take questions before that happens.
Mr. Moore has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Waters, I'm going to do my best to artfully ask you a question that I was intending to ask the last speaker. So just bear with me if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So oftentimes we hear conversations and we use boogeyman words and terminology like DEI, and we qualify that as being unmerited promotion or unmerited hire or unmerited contracting, correct?
Correct.
But what do you make of the idea of cronyism, or because you married into a family, you then now work for that family? Is that merit-based or not?
That is not merit-based.
It's cronyism.
It's cronyism.
And so I guess what I'm asking you is, in this particular case, this commission doesn't do that.
In this particular case, I think that this commission would investigate instances where folks are not getting fair treatment. And I think cronyism would be something that they might highlight if they looked into an organization or corporation and saw that there was evidence of friends hiring friends, nepotism, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clyburn's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Waters, let me ask you, why you think these questions are coming up in reference to DEI?
I think that what happens often is that terminology gets co-opted to be used for anyone's intent, whether it's nefarious, whether it's honest, but ill-informed direction. And so I think that there's been an attack on institutions that deal with anything related to Black folks, folks with LGBTQ plus status, folks with, any sort of different gender status, because there's been a misleading in our society of many people who believe that the reason for their position or their status in life is because too many of us are getting something.
Okay, and your points are well taken, and I really appreciate your suggestions and your feelings about this whole issue. But we are here today basically because of the budget.
That's right.
How did we get here where we are right now?
I keep wondering that myself. There seems to be a belief in some members of this chamber that the time to hash out whatever grievances they have with the world is through this budget. And then we forget that there are essential functions that these agencies are performing that, if not relevant, wouldn't even be included in the budget. I mean, no offense to the Ways and Means Committee or anybody else in this chamber, but there are many things I care about that are not funded through the budget. And I haven't tried to sneak a bunch of extra stuff into it to try to make what I want to be true occur. But I am trying to take an intentional effort rather to examine the budget and determine whether or not these activities are worthy, whether I personally agree with them or not.
Okay, let me just end with this. Do you know, Representative Waters, that all of us in this General Assembly really cares about each other, but we're doing a poor job of showing it. Do you agree that maybe we ought to just talk sometimes one-on-one, two-on-two, and whatever the case may be, to bring out what we are really all about and not get caught up in these peripheral kinds of arguments? Do you want to just address that quickly for me? And that's the last statement I have.
Yes, sir. And I can briefly respond to that and just say that the reality is, even beyond talking to each other, getting to understand not just factual information, but the condition of people in this state, I think it's also important that we as legislators expand our perspective and recognize that we represent all South Carolinians, and even within our district, we represent all of our constituents, whether they agree with us or not. And so I do think it's incumbent on us to learn something about the condition of people and figure out what government's role is in changing or supporting those conditions. And I think that organizations like this do that work by, one, putting a lens on, by focusing on research, and two, by advancing or promulgating strategies that we might use to advance life in our rural communities and for our citizens who are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Mr. Martin's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rep. Waters, thank you for taking my question. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You and I may disagree on some political viewpoints and things like that, and I always enjoy debating and talking with you about those things. I always think you're very objective on issues, so I appreciate that. One thing, did you know that I support our rural communities throughout South Carolina?
I would hope so.
And did you know that, I grew up in Fort Mill. I represent the east side of Fort Mill. Growing up as a kid, I grew up on 66, which is Rep. Terrabill's side of Fort Mill, on the left side of Fort Mill. Did you know that?
I did not.
And, I'm in a unique position because growing up as a kid, Fort Mill, our main road on 160 was a dirt road in Fort Mill. Did you know that?
I didn't.
And all we really had was we had two things. We had a bait and tackle shop and we had a golf store, and that was pretty much all the economic development that we had in downtown Fort Mill when I was growing up. And I'm also in the unique position now of being able to see how important it is to support our rural communities through economic development benefits.
Yes.
Because Fort Mill, we are very blessed now to have phenomenal schools, one of the highest per capita incomes in South Carolina. And I believe that's as a result of supporting our rural communities and showing them the pathways for success, not only educationally, but also economically. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I couldn't agree with you more.
And it's my understanding, to be honest, I didn't know much about the Commission for Community Advancement and Engagement until this conversation started, but it looks like the scope of what they do is very broad, I think, as you put it earlier.
That's right.
And, when I looked at, they actually help with grant funding, and they actually do more of an advisory role, it appears, than anything. They advise on community and economic development. And in my opinion, it seems that this amendment wants to eliminate a significant portion of advisory scopes within the rural communities. Is that the way that you're taking this amendment?
I think that the sequence of amendments that have been put up do tell that story.
And I find it interesting that, the district, the person that put up this, or the representative that put up this amendment, represents a broad array of people. We all represent 44,000 people in each of our districts. Some have been economically blessed, but there are still those individuals who have not had the opportunity to succeed financially or educationally.
That's right.
And I think it's incumbent upon us as representatives to make sure that we take everybody's positions into consideration when we put up these types of amendments, and not just talk about those political points that may get a headline on social media, but we actually have to help every single person within our 44,000 people in our district.
That's right.
And so I appreciate you speaking on this amendment. I would hope that as we sit here today and we keep hearing these talking points that are put up by certain members of this group, that we look beyond just the speaking points and those taglines that I'm probably going to get thrown against me now on social media, and that's fine. And we actually look at the reason and what these communities and what these groups actually do for us in South Carolina. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rep. Martin.
Ma'am, that's your first 10. We have no more questions.
I don't think, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crawford's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard some discussion already, so I won't rehash everything, but just as a reminder, we actually passed legislation last year that not only renamed this agency and rebranded, but it expanded the scope of what this agency does. And interestingly, at least one of the authors of this amendment voted for that legislation. So I think it's just important to note that also zeroing out funding for an agency does not eliminate the statutory requirements that this body has given of that agency. If we want to have a discussion to rebrand, to change, to eliminate an agency, that is certainly a discussion we can have. We have a process for that. It's the committee process. So I would suggest that filing legislation, vetting that legislation so that we truly understand the impacts that it has on our state and on our constituents and the protections that we're removing, I think is important and in the right place to take that, and we can have those discussions at that time. Thank you.
Question is adoption, House Amendment 95. Ms. Crawford moves to table 95. Mr. Beach prematurely asked for a roll call to 9-member second. Nine members do not. Question is adoption 90. I'm sorry, question is tabling 95. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 95 is tabled. The clerk will read.
Bringing us to 104. Ms. Cromer, this is section 71 as well. 104, page 187.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just taking this agency back to their budget. That was last year, so it's not growing their budget or changing anything. It's just bringing them back to where they were last year. As we just discussed, I do not see this agency as a core function of government. As the chair lady just let us know that we had to rebrand and expand the scope because they were not doing what they were supposed to do before, maybe, or maybe it was that they were basing the whole agency was based on discrimination. So I just move that we go back to their last year's budget and make sure that maybe next year we can audit them and make sure that they are doing what they are intended to do with their new leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage.
Ms. Crawford, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to clarify one point that was just made. We actually did not rebrand the agency because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. We actually did it because with growth and with time comes new things, new and improved things, and we found a way to better the agency, and so we did that. I appreciate members of this body that do attend some of our budget hearings, and frequently what we hear is that some of these agencies have a hard time retaining staff because, frankly, they're not being paid very well at all. And so this helps to put them further on par with where some of our staff need to be. This proposal doesn't even compete, it doesn't help us competing in the private sector, but we are losing people to other agencies, and so this helps put us in line with that.
Ms. Crawford moves to table Amendment 104. Mr. Beach, request a roll call. Is that correct? The 9-member second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Voting on the board is ordered. Can't vote on the porch. All members wishing to vote voted. Any object to closing polls? Clerk, close polls, tabulate. 99-16. House tables Amendment 104. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments in section 71.
Question is adoption of section 71. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered.
Ms. Oremus,
All members wish to vote, voted. Any objection, closing roll call. Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Vote of 118. House passes section 71. Brings us down to, I believe, section 93, Mr. Clerk.
Section 93 is correct. And number 79, Amendment 79 is Ms. Oremus.
Ms. Remus is recognized on Amendment 79.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that I am holding us up between now and lunch, so I'll be brief. Oh, it's not on the board yet, guys. Let me just start off real quick with some awareness of what's going on. A lot of you don't realize what a special purpose district actually is, but we have over 200 in the state. We've created them, and what we have found out is we created them with no oversight. So if we're all about transparency and being open-ended, when we are collecting the ratepayers' money, whether it be from our water, sewer, fire districts in these special purpose districts, it is up to us to make sure they're doing their audits. Right now, what we have found, if they do not do their audits, there is no consequence to that action. So there are a couple bad actors out there with our special purpose districts who have an open reign of money. And like we say, we are the mice, or excuse me, we are the cats, and when the cat is away, the mice will play, and that's currently happening. Not saying that every one of those special purpose districts are not doing their due diligence, but it is up to us to fix this. I had some money moving around. It kind of made some people upset about where I was moving administrative fees. I don't want to do that, and I don't want to take for needed agencies, so I have been assured that we will work on some special purpose district legislation to address this. Texas has done that already. I have filed the 4703, which is the Special Purpose District Accountability and Transparency Act, and I implore you to all find out what's going on in your special purpose districts and stop the corruption and open it up for transparency. Move to table.
Ms. Remus moves to table Amendment 79. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. Clerk will read.
No further amendments in Section 93.
Question is adoption, Section 93. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered.
Ms. Oremus.
Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Clerk, close poll and tabulate. 118-0. House passes.
Just one moment, please.
That was 93. Should bring us to Section 105. Is that correct?
Yes, it does, sir. And the only amendment in 105 has been withdrawn by Ms. Oremus.
Ms. Remus withdraws amendment on 105. Therefore, the question before us is adoption, Section 105. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Republican caucus has lunch in the Block building for the Republican caucus members. All members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Vote of 114-0. Section 105 is adopted. Mr. Bannister moves that the House do now recede to 145. 145.
Bill 5073, this bill adds a section to the code so as to provide requirements for public school grading practices to condition eligibility for credit recovery and content recovery on completion of required assignments, to limit the use of certain assessments in calculating final course grades. This bill is being referred to the Education Committee. Introduction of H 5084, it's a concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of 6th Street in the city of Hartsville the Samuel L. Davis Memorial Street and direct appropriate signs and markers. The bill is referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 4573, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Highway 76 in Lawrence County, the Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers. The bill will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5189, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Charlotte Avenue in the city of Rock Hill, the Officer Stephen Wayne Jordan Memorial Street, and erect appropriate signs and markers. The bill will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 4982. This is a concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Interstate Highway 73, also known as Future 73, that will serve Dillon, Horry, Marion, and Marlborough counties, the state of South Carolina, and the United States of America. President Donald J. Trump Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers. This bill is referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5000, a concurrent resolution which requests the Department of Transportation name the bridge that crosses the Little River along U.S. Highway 378 in McCormick County, Charlie Kirk Memorial Bridge, and direct appropriate signs and markers. This bill is being referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5176, concurrent resolution requesting the Department of Transportation name a portion of U.S. Highway 76, Hillcrest Drive in the city of Lawrence, the Judge Joseph Wilson McGowan III Memorial Highway, and direct appropriate signs and markers. The bill is referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of House Resolution 5190, concurrent resolution requesting the Department of Transportation name a portion of Saluda Street in the city of Rock Hill in York County, the Officer Robert Morris McFadden Memorial Street, and direct appropriate signs and markers. The bill is being referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5191, concurrent resolution requesting Department of Transportation name a portion of Black Street in the city of Rock Hill in York County, the Detective William A. Singleton Memorial Street, and erect appropriate signs and markers. This will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5192, a concurrent resolution. It requests the Department of Transportation name a portion of Johnston Street in the city of Rock Hill in York County, the Officer Robert Gilmore Johnston Memorial Street, and direct appropriate signs and markers. The bill has been referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of H 5199, concurrent resolution requesting the Department of Transportation name U.S. Highway 321 from its intersection with Hutto Road to its intersection with Highway 3 in the town of Swansea in Lexington County, Wilbert Lee Jeffcoat Memorial Highway, erect appropriate signs and markers. The bill is referred to the Transportation Committee. Introduction of a bill by Senators Hembry, Rankin, and Tedder. It amends the code so as to define alcoholic beverages, alcoholic liquors by the drink, caterer, private event, and commercial kitchen, adds a section to authorize the Department of Revenue to issue a retail alcoholic beverage carrier license and provide for the licensing requirements. This bill will be referred to the Judiciary Committee. Introduction of a Senate resolution by Senator Devine. It's declared March 8th through the 14th, 2026 as Girl Scout Week in the state of South Carolina, and to applaud the Girl Scout movement, Girl Scouts of Eastern Carolina, and Girl Scouts of South Carolina Mountains to Midlands for 114 years of building girls of courage, confidence, and character who make the world a better place.
Senator from Richland, Senator Devine, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to forego reference and for immediate consideration.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the resolution recognizing the Girl Scouts Week in the state of South Carolina be received as immediate consideration? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The motion before us is adoption of the Senate resolution. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is unanimously adopted by the Senate. Reading clerk will please continue to read.
The Bamberg County delegation has reported favorable on the reappointment of 2 Bamberg County magistrates, the Honorable Richard Craig Threet of Bamberg and the Honorable William Duncan Rhodes IV of Bamberg.
Question is confirmation of the Bamberg County magistrates. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. They are confirmed. Reading clerk will continue to read.
The Lancaster County delegation has reported favorable on the reappointment of a Lancaster County magistrate, the Honorable Van K. Richardson of Heath Springs.
Question is confirmation of the Lancaster County magistrate. All those in favor of confirmation, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The individual is confirmed as magistrate for Lancaster County. The desk is clear. Are there any requests for local bills? Any request for local bills? Hearing none, we're on the call of the uncontested statewide second reading, page 8 in the calendar. Turn with me to page 8. The first bill for consideration is S-76. Second reading. Reading clerk, will please read.
This is a bill amending the code relating to definitions.
Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
Carry over.
Motion is to carry over S-76. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bill's carried over. Please go to page 15. Turn with me to page 15, middle of the page, H 3974. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over H 3974. All those in favor of the motion is to carry over, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. Please go to page 16 on the calendar. Page 16, middle of the page, H 3556.
Amendment on the desk, Mr.
We
President.
have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish this amendment.
The amendment by Senators Martin, Clymer, and Bright has been previously proposed. It amends a bill, strikes sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, and inserts subsection A, the State Executive Committee must meet in Columbia at such place as may be designated by the chairman to hear and decide
Senator
protest.
from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to carry over the bill.
Motion is to carry over H 3556. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, so ordered. We go to page 17, toward the top of the page, H3557. Have an amendment?
We have carried over the committee amendment. We're currently on a proposal.
Mr. President,
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise?
I move to carry over.
The bill. The motion is to carry over H3557. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's carried over. We now go to the top of page 18, S962 by the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee. I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
Joint resolution approving regulations of Clemson University relating to honeybees.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
A point of inquiry.
State your inquiries.
And possibly education. It was my understanding that the House rejected these or sent them back to be resubmitted. Is that correct or incorrect? Is my information on that, or do you know? Mr. President, I move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S962. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. S962 is carried over. Please turn to page 20 on your calendar, page 20, S831 by the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, and others. We have a committee amendment. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the committee amendment. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise?
Explain the committee amendment.
Okay, I'll have it published and then I'll come to you.
The Transportation Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends the bill, strikes all after the enacting words and inserts.
Senator from Dorchester, recognized.
Thank you, Agnes.
Explain the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Dorchester.
Members, the bill you have in front of you is the DOT Modernization Act. I'd like to explain the committee amendment because there are some significant changes that were made to the bill coming out of committee. Folks, what this is designed to do is to ensure that DOT operates as efficiently and cost effectively as possible. As you know, we have tremendous transportation infrastructure needs in South Carolina, and one of the biggest challenges that we have is getting roads from the drawing board to construction to ribbon cutting as quickly as possible. And it turns into oftentimes a much longer project. So what this is trying to do is to create an entity, a large entity that is much more streamlined and efficient. I'm going to go quickly through the bill and happy to answer any questions on that. I'm sorry, the amendment, and happy to answer any questions on that. But Section 1 deals with the Coordinating Council for Transportation Mobility. This creates a coordinating council, much like the Coordinating Council for Economic Development, but with respect to our roads. Members of that would be chaired by the Secretary of the DOT. Ports Authority is on that board. Department of Environmental Services on that board. DNR on that board. All bodies really that touch road construction in order to make it a much more efficient process of setting a long-range statewide transportation plan. And they would have that authority. It creates a role of a chief internal auditor in statewide transportation. It removes the commission's duty of approving the DOT's budget. but also includes this new internal auditor. Creates a number of deputy secretaries for finance, engineering, intermodal planning, again, just trying to streamline the agency. This is one of the larger sections of it. Section 4 allows for the department to engage in public-private partnerships. These called these P3 programs that allow for private sector to come in, take over the responsibility for building additional capacity and financing that capacity to themselves, and as a result would be allowed to toll that new capacity in what we call choice lanes. Again, it does not close off roads. It does not give any added authority that is not already granted by the General Assembly, but does allow for a company, say, if we're going to add to some congestion mitigation in Charleston, for instance, and there's an expansion of additional lanes on I-26, the department could enter into an agreement where a third party, a private sector company would come in, finance and build that. That company would have the ability to toll those roads, but keep free the existing lane miles so that people had a choice. You weren't forced into a toll. That's just a way, folks, to be perfectly honest with you, there's just not enough money to do some of these mega projects in South Carolina any longer, or at least if we dedicated DOT funds to those mega projects, we would probably be restricted from completing any other project, small or large, anywhere else in the state until probably 2035. So that's the idea behind that. Cleans up the toll authority provisions. Another significant piece is the state taking over the NEPA permitting. That will allow the state to engage rather than the Army Corps of Engineers engage in approving permits. Now, I want to be perfectly clear, it does not change the rules, right? It does not change the rules of which the environmental permitting is approved and authorized. It just allows South Carolina to take control of that. I'm going to give you an example. Just last year, Dorchester County cut the ribbon on the Berlin G. Myers extension. That was a significant parkway extension that we've been working on for, gosh, to be honest with you, 40 to 50 years. And we cut the ribbon last year on that extension. However, the people of Dorchester County approved a 1-cent program to pay for that road along with 21 other projects at the same time. That initial approval was granted in 2004. It took that long to get that road permitted by the Army Corps of Engineers. So hopefully, by taking over the NEPA permitting in South Carolina, again, not changing the rules that we have to operate under, not eliminating or reducing any environmental protections that we already give, it just allows our agencies to take control of the speed at which that progresses. There is some language in there about reciprocal toll enforcement with other states, a fast pass, an easy pass type of calculations, or I'm sorry, programs, that if we do have these added choice lane tolls, it'll make it easier for us to collect those revenue streams. There is some DMV data sharing requirements that need to be done in order to make this happen. I want you to know, however, that nothing in that section authorizes disclosure of any personal information that is not already provided by state or federal law. It talks about mutual consent. We've talked in here, folks, many times about the need to divest much of the state road system onto local communities when possible. We have too large of a road network that the state is responsible to take care of, so we want to incentivize and figure out a way. All this does is make clear that, I'm sorry, that's not the piece on here. We'll get to that piece. This piece actually just says that municipalities have the ability to consent to municipal review and approval, or trying not to delay approvals. The municipalities will have an ability to provide consent to a project that's going on in their community without slowing that project down, right? Provide some guardrails to do that. The other piece that I was starting to talk about was the fact that we're not forcing communities to take control of state roads. There has to be mutual consent between those bodies. Make some changes to the language of the turnpike facility bonds just to keep us in line. The new provisions of the amendment authorizes DOT to designate turnpike facility projects that are funded by local option sales taxes that provide that the county agrees, and it's subject again to that SPA approval, stipulates that all expenses in the sale of turnpike bonds must be paid for by the revenue collected from that. So again, just putting some guardrails in place there. We talked about the P3. We talked about, this was something that the Trucking Association was concerned about, is making sure that local weight and speed restrictions, if they were handed over to counties or municipalities, that DOT still had the authority to come in there and enforce or limit restrictions on weights. Let's see, other pieces, C funds and county transportation committees. This is a significant one as well. What this does, there was some concern about current CTC committees not following the current law in ensuring that municipal governments are involved or at the table in discussions of expending CTC funds on local projects. And that has evolved from a number of different things. For instance, in my county, Dorchester County, our county delegation divested the power of appointing a CTC commission to county council. It's worked pretty well for our county, to be honest with you, but it hasn't worked that well in other communities. So what this does is basically takes us back to the original code section that we had in place, where the delegations are responsible for appointing the CTCs, and the delegations need to follow the current law, which means that you got to have representation from all municipalities or from municipalities on those CTC boards. And then finally, there was an amendment that was added by Senator from Pickens, Senator Rice, that just creates a pothole mitigation program. He worked with the DOT to ensure that there was an easy and quick way of reporting potholes, getting those repaired, not just kind of surface repairs, but true repairs done. So that program is in place. I know that's a lot, but it is some significant changes. A lot of it's minor. You'll see the bill is very long. A lot of it is technical, but there are a few pieces. The NEPA permitting, I would say, is a significant piece. The P3 is a significant piece. Improving the procurement process and creating the coordinating council is a significant piece. Mr. President, I would move that we adopt the committee amendment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions further.
Pending question is the motion to adopt the committee amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you ask?
To introduce the Doctor of the Day.
You recognize, introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the Doctor of the Day is with us in the balcony, Dr. Vince Degenhardt. Could you stand up, please? And he is an anesthesiologist, and many of us are good at making people sleep while we're speaking, Doctor. So we have something in common with you. He's a native of Florence, has retired to beautiful Kiowa Island, which means he's in my district. Practiced anesthesia in Columbia for 40 years. I'm sure you knew my father-in-law, Tucker Lafitte, and Tuck Lafitte, my brother-in-law. And 2014 received the Order of the Palmetto from Governor Haley, was South Carolina Physician of the Year for establishing the Task Force of Childhood Obesity. He is we are the eighth most obese state in the nation. I didn't know we were that bad. That's not a list we want to be high on, but thank you for your efforts in trying to deal with that issue. He's a member of the Board of Trustees of South Carolina Medical Association, Director of American Society of Anesthesiologists, and presently serves as an alumni board at MUSC. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Vincent Degenhart to the South Carolina Senate. Doctor, thanks for being with us today.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for your service here as Doctor of the Day. We appreciate your willingness to do that. Great to see you. Thank you, Senator from Charleston. Senator from Dorchester, what purpose do you rise? On the bill. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So members, that's the amendment that we just adopted. Was that language? I'm happy to take any questions.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise?
Entertain some questions.
Certainly.
First of all, you mentioned that DNR and DES had a role. I could not find that in the bill. I see at the beginning of the bill the entities that you would expect, but I didn't see them listed there. Do they play some other role?
You're talking about in the coordinating council.
Yes.
And that might have been my mistake. Not on the coordinating council. They certainly will play a role in the NEPA permitting process.
Okay. Are you aware, I just became aware of this just a couple weeks ago, that there's toll fraud. Have you ever heard of toll fraud?
Senator, I think there's probably, you could add fraud to the end of just about anything, but I would believe that there's toll fraud.
Particularly in New Jersey, apparently.
Shocking.
I just recently had to help someone who was my mechanic. He used to be the mechanic on my boats when I owned the Fort Sumter Tours, and he's been getting a bill every month from New Jersey, from the Jersey Turnpike or one of those turnpikes up there, and it's very difficult for them to get away from that. It's very difficult as far as they keep sending them and sending the invoices and threatening legal action. If we're going to go heavy on the tolls, I hope that's something that we will really take a close look at and try not to let that happen in South Carolina.
Sure, Senator. I mean, I think I'm not sure if you're speaking of legitimate billings from the New Jersey Turnpike, or you're talking about the text that you're getting that says, "Hey, you owe a fine. Click here to pay," type thing.
No, what it is they send a picture of his license tag that they fabricate, I think, maybe. Right. And they sent him a picture that was on the toll, that was on the Jersey Turnpike, and you got to pay us $60 because you didn't pay your toll.
Yeah, I've seen that. As a matter of fact, Senator, did you know that I received one of those letters personally just the other day, but it wasn't from the New Jersey Turnpike. It was from a parking garage on Main Street. It did the same thing to me, sent me a picture of my license plate.
And you never were there?
No, I was there, but it was...
You're guilty. Did you pay... You're guilty. Did you pay your toll?
It was dark. I didn't think they'd see it. No, Senator, no, in this instance, actually, I paid a valet to park my car, and they parked my car, but yet the garage still sent me a bill. I had to call the valet company and say, hey, what's the deal with this? It got cleared up, but I understand. I mean, those sorts of things happen. Some of them legitimate, some of them illegitimate, and we should certainly crack down on the illegitimate ones.
And another thing, Senator, you know, we're the fastest growing state in the nation. Congratulations.
Great.
And is there anything in this bill when it comes to funding our roads where we can, I probably have built roads 20 times over in my lifetime, not 20, but maybe 4 or 5, because I've lived here all my life. Is there any way we can tap into financially the growth to have those who are moving here, creating the growth, to provide for the roads that they really create the need for?
Sure. Yeah, Senator, let me address that, because there's some things, there are a number of things that were in the original bill that did not make it to the final version. And several of those were funding mechanisms. And one of the funding mechanisms was a growth mitigation fee that would be implemented on the construction of new homes in a community to be used on roads and infrastructure there in that community. I think many of us on the committee felt as though that was a wise discussion, at least to have. However, at the end of the day, there were a couple of other revenue generating items that were in the bill, and after some conversation at the subcommittee level, we just felt as though it would likely be challenged on the House side of saying, hey, you're initiating a revenue, you're raising a new revenue stream. You know, we saw this in bills that we previously sent over to the House, and they threw out and didn't even take up because of those concerns. So what we decided to do, we believe that a lot of the things, everything really in what you have in front of you today is necessary to restructure the agency. It's probably not going to fix every problem that we have, but it's a necessary component. The thought was, let's remove the pieces that could get us wrapped around the axle, pardon the pun, and just get this piece, and then deal either, hopefully the House will see the wisdom in
Did you say the House and wisdom in the same sentence,
I know, I'm
Senator?
trying, Senator. Hopefully the House will see some sort of wisdom and include that, or else we take up funding separately. But I think I would tell you that I don't think there's a member on the subcommittee that doesn't believe that that what you're describing needs to be part of our plans going forward.
Did y'all have a particular plan with any specifics to it on how that may happen?
There were, Senator. I don't know that I have the original bill in here. It's a long bill. I can't remember what page number it is, but there were specific figures that would be used per new construction. And actually, Senator, the interesting component to that is the Home Builders Association spoke in favor of those mitigation fees.
Senator, you know, there's a difference between fees and raising revenue. I mean, I think actually we might not run afoul of that. Have we really researched that heavily?
I think the decision was made that there was enough gray area there that we didn't want to run that risk of having a bill that we believe needs to be done this year to get caught up in that.
How about your good idea? If we do the research, maybe in a separate bill we could do that.
I think we could certainly look at that.
Not jeopardize everything else.
I think we could certainly look at that,
all your
sure.
work product in this bill.
Sure. There's a couple other conversations, Senator, going on with that. There's a concurrency bill going through currently. The senator from Beaufort is shepherding along that talks about a lot of these types of things. So I think a lot of those discussions really do dovetail.
Thank you.
Come to the senator from Richland, Senator Devine. What purpose do you rise?
See if the senator yield for a couple questions.
Certainly.
Senator Yost.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm excited about this bill. I think it takes us away. Just a couple questions regarding the PPP, the public-private partnership. As they build and finance, is there a certain amount of money that they'll collect that goes to the debt service, but a certain part will come back to the state, or would we forego revenue until the project is completely financed?
So there are a lot of different, I was looking there are a number of different types of these P3 programs, and it really depends on the program. They range anywhere from build finance, where you hire a contractor and the contractor actually finances the project, on up to these revenue risk, where they design, build, finance, and operate the roads, right? And there's a lot of different versions in between each one of those. So it's hard to answer your question. It depends on the contract type, but in most instances, it's designed to pay back the builder the cost, obviously, that they spent to build the project, to maintain the project over the lifetime of the project. And then a lot of that revenue also comes back to be reinvested in that local community that road is operating in.
So would the DOT do like a RFP for the
Correct.
contractor, and then the kind of partnership would be determined through that process?
That's correct. The DOT would look at the project and say, which one of these P3s makes sense? And they would put out the RFP for that. We'd get bids, and they'd go from there. If all of those, however, have to run back through JBRC and SFA, so there is additional oversight on the structure of the contracts and how we're doing it, what roads we're thinking about relinquishing some control to a private entity, those sorts of things. They all have to flow through the additional oversight.
And then, Senator, go to toll. Since we don't have it, I've driven through other states and I've seen it, don't know a whole lot about it. I've gone to states that have that Easy Pass, that I assume you have to have something in your car that does something. And then I see the HOV lanes that as long as you've got 2 or more people, you can go in.
Right.
You mentioned choice lanes, or pretty much all of that is on the table for DOT to make recommendations, or are we looking at a particular type of model?
No, I mean, I think all of those options would be on the table depending on the project. So what DOT would tell you, I think, is some projects make perfect sense for the revenue at risk model. Other projects, there's just not enough traffic to make that a reasonable choice to get an RFP, and probably you wouldn't get many RFPs on it. So it really depends on, one, the project, to the overall cost, and also traffic counts to see which one of these programs is going to be best suited.
And then you mentioned pothole mitigation, and that sparked my interest, but I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
So I hope I don't put words in the Senator from Pickens' mouth. This is kind of his idea, but the idea was to have on your phone and GPS coordinates where I could stand here. If there's a pothole right here, I could report the pothole to DOT. They'd know exactly where it was, exactly what the problem was. But not only that, when they came out to repair it, and I think this is where the Senator from Pickens was getting at, it wasn't just some superficial fix. It was we're going to come out and we're going to do an actual true depth repair on that piece of road, so as we're not having to report it every 4 months, right, after it gets fixed.
And so if there are local governments who take advantage of the taking over of roads, will there be some system because our constituents don't know, right now, they don't know what's a city road, what's a state road, what's a county road, and that's part of the problem.
Sure.
But if we go to this, is there some kind of cohesion between local and state, so that if someone knows I'm reporting something, it's going to get to who it needs to, and it's going to get taken care of?
I think that's going to be in the devil is always in the details, Senator, as you know, but I think that would be one of this is a DOT program, so it would be reported to the DOT. I would hope, I would expect that there would be some sort of functionality that when that came in and DOT recognized it wasn't a state road, that they passed on that information to the locals. Or it may be a function where the GPS app says this is a county issue. Contact your county. But as you know, Senator, I'm sure you do, but for those who may be watching, there is a way that you can log on to DOT's website today, do some of this, but also find out if a road is a state road or a county road too.
Unfortunately, people don't like to do
They
that.
don't like to do
They like
that.
to call their senator
They
about
do.
city
They do.
roads. Thank you, Senator. I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it.
Senator from Greenwood, and then I'll come to the senator from Anderson. What purpose do you rise, Senator from Greenwood?
Will the senator yield for some questions?
Certainly.
Senator yields for questions.
In reviewing the bill, I'm a little concerned about, again, the funding and the fees and whatnot. On South Carolinians, it's a tough time right now, so we need to make sure that we cut their taxes and we do all things we can do for them. I don't want to inadvertently somehow increase their tax. But this bill is fine. Don't misunderstand me. We've got to start making the electric folks start paying their portion of the road tax, et
Yes, sir.
cetera. What I'm concerned about is, are there any limitations, or can we build some limitations in this to make this bill better by restricting the amount of any increase that they may try to put on us?
Well,
I didn't see any limitations.
There is no revenue in the bill other than providing the ability to toll.
Are we going to leave that to the House to come up with the amounts, and then whatever limitations, and then we get another bite at the apple?
The tolls in here, I think the ones that you should be the most concerned about or aware of. Right now we have the ability to toll, right? The General Assembly can choose to toll, and then we can direct DOT on what those costs are. The tolling in this is through the P3 arrangements primarily, and those tolls will be determined by the company that is actually building and contracting the roads, right? So they will base those tolls on the economics that it took them to construct and operate and maintain that roadway for the period of time that it's been granted their authority.
Right, we have one up in I-25 going to Greenville, where we take 25 and then you can cut through and get to Greenville quicker. And it's a toll road, and it's been successful and whatnot. And that's fine. Again, I'm not questioning that. Just want to make sure that the amounts that are some way limited, to make sure that we get a commission that decides it's going to raise rates tremendously or fees tremendously. I mean, there should be some limitation to make this bill better.
Well, I think the limitation is going to come from the economics. So imagine a roadway, an interstate highway. Let's use Charleston, which I'm familiar with, right? We've got I-26 rolling into Charleston from Somerville. Highly congested piece of roadway. In this idea, it would be, there's 4 lanes there now. We're going to add 3 lanes there now, 4 in some areas. We're going to add 2 more lanes, right? We contract with a P3 company to build and operate those 2 additional lanes. Those would be toll lanes. So the lanes that are there now existing are completely free to our citizens to use, with no out-of-pocket dollars other than their normal tax dollars. The 2 new lanes would be controlled by the toll, and the toll would be determined based on the traffic usage. I would imagine there would be surge pricing. The more people are on there, the more expensive it gets, because the idea is to alleviate traffic altogether. So the economics would control the toll price.
From a macro sense, just want to make sure that we don't inadvertently, we're trying to cut taxes for people in South Carolina. I don't want to come up with a fee, that increases their tax, or a bill that increases their tax. I just want to make sure that we limit it to the economics.
Understood, Senator, and I think that's the beauty of the system, is that somebody has the choice not to use it at all and not pay the tax.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator from Dorchester with you for a few questions.
Senator, you for questions.
Certainly.
Senator,
Thank you for your work on this. You mentioned county transportation committees. The two counties I represent, Anderson County has a county transportation committee with members appointed by the delegation. Abbeville County does it through county council. Did I understand right that now all counties will have a county transportation committee appointed by the delegation?
That's correct, Senator. That's correct, Senator.
Also, there's a formula allotting funds. 2/3 goes to local roads, 1/3 goes to state roads. Is that addressed?
That's the same. I don't think we changed that, Senator.
All right. Was there anything in there about easing procurement issues or anything?
There is some pieces in there to hopefully to ease procurement, mainly in the technology area for some of these tolling systems. But there are components in there to ease the procurement backlog, if you will. So the DOT, again, the idea is to get these things from design to construction to ribbon cutting as quickly as possible.
Thank you for your work on this, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Greenville. Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. See if the Senator would answer a few questions.
Senator Yield for questions.
Sure.
Senator Yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, thank you. We were having a discussion, so just want to kind of finish that a little bit. I'll start with the 90-year provision, and I do have some concerns with that. Number one, and when I say 90-year provision, that is the maximum, is my understanding, number of years that JBRC/Ports Authority could approve in one of these types of contracts with a private entity to give money to the state,
right,
construct the addition of the new lanes, and then operate and maintain said roads.
Correct.
So I guess my first question would be, where did that 90-year threshold come from? And that's a long time.
Yeah, I think, Senator, and I understand your concern to that. And again, to reiterate, you're correct. It's the maximum. It's not what every project will be. But to Senator from Greenwood's point that you made earlier, the tolls on these projects, right, are going to be based on the economics. So the shorter that time period, the more expensive that project, the higher those tolls are going to have to be, right? Sure. So what we wanted to do was provide enough flexibility for the department and for JBRC and for SPA to kind of evaluate these contracts to make it fit. I don't think anybody wants to give carte blanche, for 90 years if it's a project that the economics only suggest it should be for 15 or 20 years, right? But the larger the project, and that's what these things are really designed for, is these mega projects that the state just does not have the ability to do on its own right now. These mega projects are going to be very expensive. So providing some space for them to create a contract that works not only for the contractor, but for the state and for the citizen, that's where the flexibility came in.
I understand that, but therein lies my concern. I mean, I think that we all can look back over periods of time, and history has shown us that maybe sometimes we were too aggressive.
Understood.
In some of the ways that we may have gone after certain economic development deals. Maybe we could have got the exact same thing without giving up so much. My concern would be is that we're going to have this new program that's in place. Everybody's going to know we're not going to get this 526 built without this. Everyone's going to know we're not going to get this new interstate to Myrtle Beach built without this. And then we are in a position to perhaps have to give more than we actually should. And I'm just looking for a way to ensure that we don't get taken to the bank by some entity, that unknown entity right now that's out there. And I'm just, was there any consideration given to say maybe 50 years, but then if there's some type of evidence shown that recoupment of the investment had not been returned to the private investor, that we could extend it out further? It just scares me that we're going to have two smaller entities, JBRC and SPA, that are going to be faced with, I can envision, extreme pressure. in certain cases, to approve a potential contract.
Sure.
And the said contract, I mean, I hear you that it's got to be based off of the financial factors at hand, but that doesn't mean that that's what the private entity can only offer up. And they can say, I get it, but here's, if you want me to come in and bring these billions of dollars and build this road for you, this is what it's going to take. So I don't know that necessarily, and then at that particular point, I'm just scared that over a period of time, you know, we paid for 2 roads rather than 1.
Yeah. Yeah, Senator, look, it's hard to argue with any of the comments that you made, but we are never going to be able to legislate the right contract. Right? That's not our role. Our role is to provide the guardrails and the systems for our professional agencies to go out and execute. And you know, I don't mean to speak for the chairman of finance, but I'll come close to saying, you know, I understand. I serve on JBRC. I haven't seen anybody try to pressure us to do things. I've seen it the exact opposite, that JBRC has pressured to question and even stopped and slowed down many efforts of agencies to move forward with projects. So to answer your question, though, specifically, there were no conversations at the subcommittee or committee level about is 90 right or 80 or 50 or 40. It was much more centered around what are the governance guardrails to put up around so that there are additional eyes on the contracting process to ensure that whatever project we're putting in place or signing contracts to build, it's the appropriate contract for that program.
And I understand that, and I accept that, and I appreciate it, but can I just ask where the 90 came from then? Do you have any idea?
It was DOT provided that number.
Okay. Am I correct? You know, you never know what to believe now on what you read. But in doing some research, it's my understanding that there are some states that are deploying this method right now. I think Georgia is one of them, correct?
Yep.
With success, no doubt. But it's my understanding that a lot of times these private partnerships are with foreign countries.
Yep. Yeah, so that was an area that I share your concern on now. So right now, this is a method of construction that has been used in Europe for quite some time. So there are many companies that operate in Europe that have a lot of experience with that. They are starting to come over here and operate in the United States. And of course, they have U.S. subsidiaries that are doing that. But that's a question that I brought up. You know, if this is such a great program, you know, why aren't there some American companies getting into the game? Sure. And I think it's probably just a matter of time before they get in the game. But that's a question that came up. But to be honest with you, it's more of a function, I believe, of we just haven't used them a lot in the States. But you're right. Tennessee has used them effectively. Georgia has used them effectively. And look, not every project is right for it, right? Not every project is right for, again, I mentioned there's at least six different types of P3 programs that you can enter into, and not every project is right for every one of those categories. That's where it comes. You have to evaluate the contract. You have to evaluate the project and make sure that we're using the right program for the right project.
And I appreciate that. I guess, and I'm kind of building up to, you know, ultimately where I'm going, but I mean, was there no I mean, a few years ago, I remember we were always having that debate over whether foreign entities should be able to come in and purchase land in the state of South Carolina. And I think there were legitimate concerns of why that, you know, might be a bad thing. I mean, are we leaving it wide open? We're not striking out any maybe foreign adversaries or?
Well, it's important to note that at no time do we give up ownership. The state does not give up ownership to a project, right, or a road. we always maintain ownership. So that's probably a little different. You might have a foreign company that's building or constructing.
Foreign country even.
No, a foreign company. I don't think that, I think the DOT would make it pretty clear that if a Chinese-owned company, we all know that would be a government-owned entity, came into the mix, that probably would not fly JVRC or SFA. But there are other companies, certainly, whether they be Spanish companies, Israeli companies, those sorts of things that are operating in this space.
Saudi Arabian companies.
I'm not aware of one of those.
Yeah, I mean, I just would hate one day that we, end up striking a deal that, would end up bringing revenue, cash flow from South Carolina residents that are paying for this toll road that ended up in the hands of, an entity that we would not want it to end up in.
Sure.
And then secondarily, what are we doing to ensure, like I'm assuming, how does it, so this theoretically, we strike this deal with the private partner. Are they then in charge of deciding who the contractors for that project are going to be?
Yeah, just like it occurs today. You provide the winning bid to the primary contractor. The contractor then goes out and gets their subcontractors.
But who approves that it's the winning bid? Are those bids submitted to DOT, or are those bids submitted to the private contractor who essentially is going to be the owner of the road?
Of the subcontractors?
Yeah.
The subcontractors will work with the contractor.
And that's what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
who is going to decide on the contractor?
The contractor.
The contractor is going to decide on the contractor?
Correct. Just like when you build your house, if you're going to be
I'm not
your
a
own,
contractor.
if you're going to be your own general contractor, which you could be, you're going to hire the subcontractors, right? If you hire a general contractor, the general contractor is going to hire the subcontractors. You're not going to hire a general contractor and then go contract with.
I haven't figured out that loophole on how to be my own contractor yet, but
I'm not saying it's a smart thing to do.
right. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's concerning, no? I mean, number one, it's concerning to me that all of our South Carolina homegrown contractors are going to completely be looked over.
No, I don't think
somebody-
so. No, I don't. I disagree with that. I think that those folks are here and they're doing work, and those contractors are going to use the people that are doing work. I don't think you're going to find a company that's going to go out and bring in their own people from everywhere to build a road. They're going to use subcontractors that are already here. Now, there are some concerns. There are some concerns by the subcontractors of what type of contracts they're going to have to sign with that road builder, with that concessionaire, as it's called. And I think those are real, and those are things that we've got to pay attention to, and we got to make sure that DOT knows that we have to protect our local folks as well.
So you just made my argument for me, and I appreciate that very much. We don't have any regs being promulgated through this legislation. Could we?
We don't promulgate.
We don't have any. Well,
regs.
we don't
We don't put
promulgate
them
regs.
together. We don't put together
have any
regs.
regs being promulgated
They
by the
will.
department.
They will. They will.
But it doesn't say that they have to.
No, but it'll be in the contracts that they sign.
And again, that's just where I can't even imagine where to begin. The number of lawyers that are going to be involved in this level of contract it's not going to be,
It'll be the same amount of lawyers, Senator, if the state built the roads themselves.
which we have Department of Transportation regulations that dictate how that works.
And I'm sure they will use the same methods.
I just don't know that, I'm sure is not giving me the level of confidence that I would prefer. Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to stipulate that regulations be promulgated throughout this process?
I'm sure that we can discover through this process, debate process, what the reason would be as why you wouldn't want to put that.
Sounds like I'm gonna have to find out.
There you go.
And that's good. And then just finally, CTC. just want to be clear, because I have had some of my counties reach out to me. Obviously, there are, like you said, counties that have had the authority given to the county council to designate who their CTC members are, and in some cases, the counties have placed the county council members in the role of commissioners. Obviously, this is going to take it back to we have to affirmatively appoint, but we could appoint the same people that currently serve. If we wanted to appoint the county council, could we do that under this structure?
Senator, I think you would have a hard time complying with the existing law by appointing the entire county council.
Because of the requirement of the municipal representation.
Correct. Now, does that mean that you can't appoint all but one or two of the county councilmen, county council people, and then get some representatives from municipalities? And yes, I think you could do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Senator.
Sure.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Senator, answer a question.
Senator Yield for questions.
Sure.
Senator, with the choice lane legislation, are we inventing the wheel, or has it been used before?
It's been used before.
Successfully?
Successfully.
And isn't it designed in such a way as to give the DOT maximum flexibility in delivering a project?
Correct.
And at any time, moving towards a choice lane program, isn't it in the bill right now where we give DOT more flexibility in tolling facilities where they could do it themselves?
That's correct, Senator.
And isn't it true
So we
that
don't have to give the tolling over to the concessionaire.
so as the DOT explores the best option at the least cost to the facility, at the least cost, and also in the time it takes to build it, aren't all those baked in considerations?
Yes, sir.
And at any time, would the DOT then say, if we believe it's in our best interest that we do this all in-house? Do they have that flexibility?
They have that flexibility, yes.
And when it comes to the CTCs, isn't it true that we currently have a state law that governs CTCs?
We do, and it's not being followed in many instances.
And isn't it true that at one time or another over the last 30 years or so, we had delegations to pass local legislation to amend that, which would probably be held unconstitutional if challenged?
I agree with that, Senator, and unfortunately, one of those counties is mine. One of my delegations is mine. One of those delegations is yours, I believe.
And so what we're proposing here would be to go back to the original legislation, that the unamended legislation that was passed years ago governing CTCs, where there has to be municipal and other representation on the CTC.
Just going back to the existing law, Senator.
And if a county wanted to appoint their county council members, and if none of them are from a city, wouldn't they be able to expand the CTC to include their county council members and municipal members?
They could. There's nothing in the statute that sets the number of members of a CTC.
So the main purpose of this legislation is to make it such that the DOT could deliver projects faster and also in a more economical fashion.
Correct.
Thank you, Senator.
That's the primary underlying goal.
I can't tell how much I appreciate the time that you and the subcommittee members have placed in this. I know you had at least 3 meetings and multiple other discussions with a host of all different users, and I'm proud of the work that you've done, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
See if you yield.
For questions. Sure. Senator yields for questions.
Back on the C Funds Committee, because I think I'm one of the, I've got multiple counties, but I've got some in both categories. Tell me what the problem is with the county council serving, because I can't imagine that there's a single county council. If you take all the county council members, at least one of them doesn't live inside of a city?
There may be some.
But what if they're not?
Then they're in violation of current law if they don't have a municipal representative on the CTC.
What is a municipal representative?
somebody who represents the interests of a municipality. And I think we could get into that discussion whether that person has to be, does that person have to be an elected member of the town? Does it have to be somebody, a citizen of the town? Does it have to be someone that just has an affinity for the town? You could have all kinds of those discussions.
Right, which gets at the county council that represents that area has got to get the votes of the people inside that town. Right?
I agree.
Well, so why are we, I'm just confused as to why we're changing it. Because in some cases it's working. And so if it's.
It is
working, why would we, why don't we try and fix the areas that's not working then abolish the entire system?
Yeah, I think, Senator, the discussion is most of the state follows the current law, where the committee is appointed by the delegation. And then there are these one-offs. There's 6 where the full county council serves. And then there are a handful of others, like in my county, where we have delegated the appointment authority to county council. And the idea was to just bring it back in line with current law, have everybody treated the same.
Well, the reason that there are variations is because one size doesn't fit all. And there are counties in which it works and counties in which it doesn't.
Yeah.
And just because it didn't work in one place, we're going to throw out the baby with the bathwater?
I don't know that we're necessarily throwing out the baby with the bathwater, but we are trying to there were a number of different options that were thrown out of how you solve the municipal representation that, to be honest with you, were more convoluted than what we have today.
Well, why don't we just take out the municipal representation under the theory that anybody who lives in the county represents the municipality that they are?
That's certainly an option, but I think you will have the municipal association and most municipalities knocking down our door saying, take that out.
Well, I haven't had any municipalities in the counties that I represent that are a variation complain.
Well, I've had the folks that represent the municipalities at my door just about every time that we've wanted to discuss this bill. So I would take the opposite approach.
Maybe you need to change it in Dorchester, but don't force me to change it somewhere else.
As I said, I'm with you. I think Dorchester is one where it's working pretty well. Right. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of problems with it. But
well, here's what I'm getting at. You and I can't even agree on what municipal representation means. So why are we trying to say that means something if it doesn't mean anything?
Yeah. Well, I think
without defining it. I mean, if we're going to define it and say that you've got to have at least one mayor or you've got to have at least one town councilman, but that only affects that one.
That's right. So that's the point that I was making earlier. Those types of options were put forward in subcommittee as potential amendments to that. And every time it was like, well, what do you do when you've got 5 municipalities in a county and, you know, this municipality's got 1 municipality? That's why we said, bring it back to the original law.
You're like my county,
delegation.
And you've got like 15 municipalities. Right. You couldn't possibly put somebody from every.
No, and I don't think the intention is to make sure that every municipality is represented all the time. I think the point is you're having a municipal point of view on the CTC.
Okay, let's say that I agree with you that Well,
We're
if it's-
changing it.
No, I'm not. I have it working exactly the way it's working now, and it's working just fine. And y'all are trying to undo that system, but you're not telling me what I've got to do to comply, because you just said if I did the same thing I'm doing, I'd be in compliance.
We're trying to undo the system that as we look at the existing statute, it does not comply with the original law. And that's what we're going back to, the
All right,
original
well, let's
law.
go back then. What does the original law say?
The original law says that the county delegation is responsible for the appointment of all members.
But no, I think, doesn't the original law currently say, notwithstanding the other provisions of this section, the legislative delegation of a county may delegate? That's the existing law.
Yeah.
So what law are you pointing to? One that we've already changed?
The law that requires that the delegation is the appointment authority.
That's not even the
Unless
current.
unless you change it by local legislation.
It doesn't have to be by local legislation. If we adopt this language that I just said, notwithstanding other provisions of this section, the legislative delegation of a county may delegate, then we're leaving option 2 still open.
Well, we've decided that we pulled it back to the delegations to make it consistent across the state.
Okay. Are you trying to advance this bill today?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, then I'll come to the senator from John. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Senator Yield for a question or two.
Certainly. Senator Yield for questions.
Senator, when you had your exchange with the senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, about the, I guess you could say the bend his and come his, could you just real briefly walk me back through that solution in this? I had a question about it.
The solution from what, Senator? From having new growth pay for some of this? Yes. Yeah, the solution, there is no solution in this bill from a revenue standpoint. There was a growth mitigation fee that was included in the original bill, along with a fee to increase EV registration fees to get them more in line with the cost that a normal gasoline-powered vehicle provides to the state through their gas motor fuel user fees. There was also an additional kilowatt per hour charge on public charging stations. All 3 of those revenue sources were removed from the bill.
From this amendment. So because I heard you make mention that the home builders were good with it. So that was removed.
The home builder surprisingly was supportive of the growth mitigation fees. Yeah. Now, there were other organizations that were not supportive of that, but there were some, and my point was I was just trying to make it that there are some folks out there that have been against those types of things in the past that are now starting to support those because we see the challenge we're faced.
One other question, Senator, if you would. So if this passes and and a private entity, company, whatever, builds a lane, it's a tolled lane, and not going to cost taxpayers anything, you will use that based on a fee. Let's just presume that we have an interstate and there are 4 lanes, 2 going north, 2 going south. Yep. And this company builds that express lane out, say, to the right of the existing 2 lanes, okay? Mm-hmm. Let's say 20 years later, that section needs to be widened again because of all the influx. Mm-hmm. If that company, I presume, may have the opportunity to build a second lane. If they chose not to, and the state decided to build that second lane, then the 2 state lanes, if you were in one of those and were trying to get to the 3rd state lane, you would have to cross over the private lane. How would that be handled?
Well, Senator, I'm not sure. If they were going to build a lane on the other side of a already tolled lane, there would have to be some sort of connection point that could get you to those lanes. But I think we're digging into a contract issue that is way beyond the statutory provisions that are put here.
And Senator, don't you, I'm in favor of the bill, but I just contemplate weird scenarios sometime to where when you drive, you use various lanes provided by the state.
Sure.
So you're behind a pokey person, you want to get around them or whatever. And what type of situation, if you were crossing back and forth over the private lane to utilize the state lanes, how that might play out, I
think
guess.
you probably aren't going to be able to do that, right? You're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to figure out a different way to construct those additional lanes.
Thank you.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose do you raise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
With the senator from Dorchester holding the floor for a brief introduction.
Is there objection? Unanimous consent with the senator from Dorchester holding the floor for an introduction here. No objection, so ordered. The senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, is recognized for the purposes of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if MUSC is within your district, please join me at the well. All right. Mr. President, members of the Senate, today we have the Medical University of South Carolina here, Hospital of the Day. Today, founded in 1824 and recently celebrating its 200th anniversary in South Carolina, MUSC is the state's only comprehensive academic health system. They educate nearly 3,500 students in 6 colleges: dental medicine, graduate studies, health professions, medicine, nursing, and pharmacy. Grounded by the pillars of providing world-class care, increasing impactful research, and educating the next generation of healthcare leaders, MUSC is the healthcare workforce engine of this state. As most of you may know, it's home to the Hollings Cancer Center, the only NCI-designated cancer center in South Carolina. MUSC's top priority is securing NCI Comprehensive Cancer Center designation for Hollings in 2028, the top designation given only to the most elite cancer centers in America. Comprehensive designation combined with the new Comprehensive Cancer Hospital set to open by 2030 will ensure best local cancer care becomes a reality for all South Carolinians. With nearly $394 million in research funding, over 1,400 active clinical trials, 3.21 million patient encounters, 18 hospitals across the state, 34,000 employees, and a statewide economic impact of over $10 billion, Mr. Chairman, MUSC is touching the lives of all South Carolinians, and today we have with us a number of representatives, CEOs, and COOs of MUSC, and we just want to thank you. Please stand and be recognized. We want to thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for representing MUSC. Thank you for investing in South Carolina and providing critical care to all of our constituents.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visit. Thank you for your service to our citizens, indeed. We're grateful to you.
And Mr. President, as they sat through this robust discussion, I'm sure some will be excited about this extra potential lane for emergency vehicles to go through as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, so informed. Thank you, Senator from Charleston. Senator from Dorchester retains the floor, answering questions. Senator from Newberry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, see if the senator from Dorchester would yield for a couple questions.
Senator, yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
And Senator from Dorchester, did you know Senator from Charleston, they introduced MUSC and said if there are any senators that are in MUSC's area, I don't know of a single one in South Carolina that's not in the MUSC's area. They got so many places all over the state. They're in every county, I think, almost in the state. Did you know?
Fair enough.
Senator, you piqued my interest a little bit earlier. Someone asked you about the County Transportation Committee and the assignments like we currently have. There are 3 ways now that we can dispense the county transportation funds. One is we name a county transportation committee in our counties. I have one of those. Got another county
that we have the county council to dispense those funds. And then third, we can have or pay the Department of Transportation to take care of that chore for us or job for us. So under this, does this change this? I heard you say earlier that you would have a county transportation committee. So does that mean that now every county will have to have a county transportation committee?
Yes, this says that the delegation shall appoint a county transportation committee.
So my interpretation, and I hope is your interpretation, would be that if there is a county administering these funds now, that now the delegation would have to appoint a county transportation committee, correct?
Correct.
Sounds good, Senator. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator from Dorchester. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over. All those in favor would say aye. Those no. Ayes have it. Bill's carried over.
7 p.m. on SCETV.
This is Walter Edgar, host of Walter Edgar's Journal. I am excited to announce that our show has made the transition from broadcast radio to a podcast format, making it easier than ever for you to listen to our episodes on demand. We'll continue to explore the rich history and culture of the American South with new topics and themes that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Tune in to the Walter Edgar's Journal podcast